in charge. We have plenty cables here if you want.
It's gonna look right. This is the magnet one, but this will work because of my pop socket.
Charge over here.
Okay, if you need to charge.
How much?
Well,
Charge is that? One.
okay.
You don't.
Okay, if you start to die, I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Are you good? Where's your water? If you don't have one, go grab one. Go put that at your seat and take off your jacket. Yeah. Put it on that sheet. It's not what I expected. Huh? No, you're the photographer.
Hot mic. So you know.
Thank you. You can, either way. She's sitting there.
Then I have a little bit of a trick here. Hopefully it'll work. I don't know how long it's going to take. So I can switch to this phone.
So I can charge.
And that will go out in a second. There's a delay of about 70 seconds. So I can do, if I'm steady enough, I can do a swipe a few times.
Just be really quiet. I'm going to charge you. Is everybody's phone?
Okay. We was going to originally put it on here, but morning. Morning. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't call it Nom. Standing out in the middle. Watching you.
So, 7:30. Yeah. I was up getting stuff ready before this. But yes, that's right. I sent Larry over early with the donuts. Yes, this is my daughter, Blythe. This is Mr. Zora.
Nice to meet you too.
They go to the gym.
Yeah, that's when we first met.
Yes.
Do you?
Normally, this is the
Wait.
Strom.
For the tags.
Yeah, she's a CrossFitter.
Makes you feel safe. For me, as long as I can go outside when I'm stressed, I will be outside. Being inside is like a dumb thing for me. But as soon as I go outside, so at least I know that. I would love that. I know that. You want coffee?
No, and somebody was asking, like, make an extra pot of coffee, and I was like, I don't even know how to make coffee.
Make your own.
I don't know how to
Yes.
make it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay. It's okay with you. Yeah. Good.
I just have it on the charger here right now, so it'd be good if you just took some. Did you label a lot of yourself? Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning. How you doing? Good. Let's see if I can get a cup of coffee without spilling it all over.
That's the test.
What do you want?
Gift.
For making a special.
No, I'm just going to get some coffee. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Oh, perfect. And apparently, I'm trying to figure out why I didn't have any trouble getting on a state platform. So I can get a hold of who's in my precinct. Yeah, there is. There's all kinds of things. I don't know what it's
Good morning.
Good morning. down this hall here. And then there's
I put that to I want somebody to run.
this is the big center. Yeah, significant state.
Yeah.
Hi, morning. Just FYI.
Cleaning it up.
quickly, everybody, you can keep mingling, but there's just a couple housekeeping notes I want to bring to your attention. There are restrooms available just here on the left through these double doors. If you need the restrooms, they're there. And then we have merchandise available here at this table on the left, on my left. And on the right, please make yourselves comfortable and get breakfast. And then we have a fun poll going on at the end of the table. Who will Trump's VP pick be? You're going to cast your ballot with a donation and into any one of those jars. So check that out at the end of the table, and we'll get started here in just a little bit. Thank you.
See you. Well, but if somebody has a question or something,
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Strom?
Good morning. How's everyone? Good. All right. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Okay, great. All right. If I could have everyone's attention, thank you so much for coming out to our quadrennial county convention. We will, a couple of items of business. If you need to use the restrooms are right down this hallway. Does everyone should be credentialed by now. If you're a guest, I would ask that when we start the business part of the meeting, which should be about 9:30, that you go sit back in the guest section. Again, there's food, also Trump gear to purchase, and then donations. So you can choose who you think Donald Trump should choose as the vice president nominee. Okay, so we're going to start with. Also, let me give a couple thank yous. So it takes a lot of work to put one of these conventions on. We've had a lot of people volunteer to help put it together, and just want to thank everyone who has done that. I'd like to thank the Turning Point USA volunteers. If you would, raise your hand, please. It's the young men that are back here. I'd also like to thank our speakers today. If you are a precinct officer, so chair, vice chair, treasurer, secretary, would you mind just standing up, please? Thank you. I really appreciate all that you do within your precincts and within the county party. Also, I'd like to recognize our legislators. I saw Representative Judd Strom. If you want to take a stand. Representative John Kane. Senator Julie Daniels. And Sheriff Owen. Appreciate you all being here. Have I missed anyone? All right, well, we'll get started with the invocation, which will be given to us by Pastor Thomas Lauer. Charles Spurgeon had famously explained to his church that men of old used to hew their poles out of oak, but the men of his day had begun to hew them out of, or weave them out of willow. And so the men of old were good men, and men today were willow men. So we're going to pray now as oaken men and women. You bow your head with me. Father, we humbly approach your throne this morning to ask for the guiding wisdom of your Spirit to lead this group of men and women in the decisions and votes that will be made. Lord, that this republic would remain free for generations to come. Father, we're aware of the responsibility we bear in advancing the cause of liberty for all Oklahomans. Lord, sober our minds to the task at hand, that we as members of the grand old party may advance the principles of liberty so violently secured for us by our forebears. Lord, that in the course of our debates and discourse, we may be reminded that the wolf sits at the door. He is the devourer of life, liberty, and property. Lord, may we show our true devotion to you today. God, that we would set aside our pride, our pragmatism, Lord, that we would humble ourselves before you this morning to forge a free and prosperous nation. That we know that our brothers and sisters have pledged their fortunes, surrendered their freedoms, and shed their own blood for the liberty that we enjoy. God, today, would you prosper our cause? In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. Thank you, Pastor Lauer. Next, we'll have our flag salute, which will be led by Vic Severin, Captain, U.S. Air Force retired.
Please stand. Face the flag. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vic. And then next we will have the national anthem sung by Blythe Murray.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red alert, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Hosea, sad star-sprinkled banner yet wave, o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, dear. That's beautiful. I'm a proud father, so. All right, next we will invite our candidates to come up and speak. Sorry, guys. Also a proud American, so grateful to our Heavenly Father for blessing us with this great nation and the freedoms that we enjoy. So first speaker will be Sheriff Owen. If you would please come on up. I'd like to thank Larry and the GOP for inviting me up this morning. It's great to be here. I can't thank the citizens of this county enough for their support and their willingness to report and fight against crime, because we've had a lot of calls this year, and I think it's catching on that if you see something, you need to call us. That's the only way we can fight it. A little bit about me for those of you who don't know me. I'm Scott Owen. I basically grew up in Bartlesville. Moved up there in 1968 with my parents. Went to school at Lincoln Elementary, Central Junior High, College High School, graduated excuse me, in 78, and then completed at Oklahoma Wesleyan University for business administration and management. The sheriff's office is doing really good right now. The county is doing a good job of managing your tax dollars and seeing that they're properly appropriated. Just a few things that most people don't excuse me, realize. The sheriff's department, we're a very small department in relation to Bartlesville, where they have 70 plus commissioned officers, including 8 school resource officers. We have 15 commissioned deputies in patrol and a total of about 25 commissioned deputies throughout the entire department. The rest are support staff and detention staff. The accomplishments that have occurred in the last couple, 3 years were things that were concerns back when we had the election in 2020, and one was salaries for our employees. Law enforcement basically does not make a ton of money. Matter of fact, the jail staff is the worst paid. They're commensurate now with patrol. And we have been able to provide 2 raises within 18 months, and prior to that, we had only been able to provide no raise since 2012. And I remember that because I came to the Sheriff's Department in 2010. So, working from 2010 through 2019, I worked as a deputy and a supervisor of transport. Your county deputies transport hundreds of prisoners every year from all points across the United States and the county in Oklahoma. So they do a lot of driving. They put in a lot of hours. Last year, even though we're the second smallest county in the state, our 15 patrol deputies for service. We responded to nearly 300 disturbance calls. We responded to nearly 200 domestic abuse calls. That's alarming, thinking the size of this county. But there's not a day goes by that we don't. Bottom line is, your sheriff's department is improving and it's growing. I've been able to add another position or 2. That was another thing. But as you well know, when you add a position or 2, somebody gets hurt, they're off on injury, or they get sick. I currently have 1 deputy off that's ill, and they can't figure out what's wrong with him. And he's a very nice, young, striking man. He's improving, so keep him in your prayers. With our in-house folks for having me here. The GOP is strong, and if the primary we voted in Tuesday is any indication, we can stay red in addition to white and blue going into the next election year. I would appreciate your support as I fully intend to refile for election in April to serve another 4 years as your county sheriff, which is what I would love to do more than anything in the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He's throwing me off here. First of all, it has been, I just want to start with what an honor it is to serve this community, serve Washington County, Bartlesville, where I grew up. Classmate with Sheriff Owen. So I always find that's kind of a fun fact, and I love to tout every now and then. But, I ran for this office. My experience in the private sector included agriculture, manufacturing, community banking, and also president of a small foundation. I thought that gave me a pretty good broad perspective of what's going on, not only in our county, but I think it translates well across the state. I wasn't wrong about that. I got there, but I was wrong about some other things. There's a learning curve to operating in that building, and I'll be the first to admit I probably underestimated that to some degree. But I still took my conservative principles, and first and foremost, thank God, our Creator, for the rights that we have, the inalienable rights that are given to us by our Creator, God, not a government. And I firmly believe that, and I know that's what we believe in this room. And honestly, that's something that, fortunately, the majority of us in that Capitol believe, but we are staunchly behind those principles. In addition, I would say, yes, we're a very red state. I'm very proud of that. Occasionally, I see that Oklahoma is named the most conservative state in the union. I'm not sure that's true. I think a lot of what I see in that capital is our populist history raises its head from time to time. I think that we have I think our state is certainly socially conservative, right in line with me. We probably aren't as fiscally conservative as some of us may be, but that's something we deal with, and I'd still a lot rather have a red state than a blue state. So we're making good progress in those areas too. I think that we've tried to be responsive to the needs. I think that we want to support our law enforcement. Listening to Sheriff Owen reminds me of that. We've seen legislation come across doing just that. We want to support and protect the unborn. We've seen legislation come across and do that. We want to protect, women in sports. We recognize, two genders, and we protect those. We've made good progress with that. So I'm very proud of those initiatives and what we've been able to do. As we all know, we can't govern without the consent of the government. So it's so important what you all do here and what is happening across the state. We need your support. We need your input. I've said it many times, but the beginning of the process of governing this state starts with you, individuals. And please, 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 I beg, contact me often as possible, often as you feel like. I'm never too busy. I want to hear. The only way I can represent us in the proper way is if I hear from you. And I'm no smarter than I was when I got elected. So I need to hear from you because I can't know all of the issues. So please call me anytime. Thank you for the opportunity to represent you.
Apologies for that confusion. And I would ask that you just give me a little grace too as I'm up here. I'm a little nervous myself too, so and I will make mistakes. So, but anyway, so thank you, Representative Kane. Next we have HD 10 candidate Judd McCarthy. If you would please come up.
I'm getting to that age where I need bifocals. It's a privilege to be here this morning. To introduce myself, my name is Judd McCarthy. I've been married for 27 years and I'm the father to 6 children. Heather and I raise cattle on a farm north of Dewey. My oldest is a nurse where she works in Oklahoma City in the Children's Hospital. I have a son who was recently married, and my daughter-in-law is sitting just across the room. I'm grateful to see her here this morning. Our youngest 3 children were born across the state line in northwest Arkansas. but we are Oklahomans by choice. Appreciating the conservative culture, we have made the move from Arkansas, and Washington County has become our home. In the early years of marriage, I worked in Christian ministry as a bivocational church planter, followed by a number of years serving 2 churches as our senior pastor. During those early years, Heather and I supported ourselves through the development and sale of several businesses. Some years back, I returned to school where I earned both a master's and a PhD. The long-term goal had been to use this education as a volunteer in impoverished churches in Central and South America. And so you might wonder, what does this have to do with running as a representative? Well, I can tell you that having lived at times for weeks at a time, months, and on one occasion for nearly a year in other countries outside of the United States, I've seen politics in these countries that have included socialism, Marxism, and authoritarian dictatorship. I've seen countries destroyed in a matter of years. And as I look around at our country, I've been knocking doors for some time now, and I can't tell you how many doors I've knocked on, and a retired couple will answer the door, and they'll shake their head as if to say, our world has lost its mind. And I can tell you that it would be easy for us to think here in the United States, well, that would never happen here. But I can tell you, having spent time, some countries I can't mention because as I've traveled and taught in some of these countries, I've had representatives from the government come and sit in and listen and watch what was being said and taught as I was in these other countries. But I can tell you there are countries whose economies and where the entire fabric of society was destroyed in a mere handful of years. And if we're not careful, this too could happen in the United States. There's a saying that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so world history is full of nations whose rise and fall bears witness as to why the persistent limiting of government remains an ever vigilant need. And so as Republican, our platform stands for limiting government and restraining taxes. And so we tilt towards freedom of the individual. We recognize that government is, well, let me look at my notes here. I shouldn't be nervous, I've done this for years. As Republicans, our platform stands for limiting government and restraining taxes. We tilt towards freedom of the individual. We believe that government rightly represents the people rather than controlling the people. We see communism is the opposite. Communism is the idea in part that a small group of people who are maybe smarter, or at least thought to be smarter, will make decisions for the many. And so many of you in this room will stand with me in these beliefs, this belief that we ought to tilt, even if to a fault, on giving liberty to the individual and to families. And so we do need to restrain government, to limit taxes. Most of us here agree on defending the rights of the unborn. We agree on standing strong on the Second Amendment. And yet, as we consistently see elected officials failing to uphold these principles, and this isn't true of necessarily one individual person, but this is so common in politics. I can tell you, as my wife and I had a conversation about running, my wife is in tears because she's saying, if we look at politicians, look at the compromise that is so common, will this happen to you as well? Compromise sets in, and over time, grassroots actually become the establishment. They become the very people they once vowed to oppose. For many who compromise, it's not so much the love of money that leads to their downfall. It's the love of the political influence that this money buys. And so over and over, lobbyists, PACs, and special interest groups argue. Gentlemen whose door I knocked on recently, they do this through legal bribery. Gentlemen whose door I knocked on recently, they do this through legal bribery, pouring massive sums of for our lives, for our families, and for our children. Without this special interest money, many of our representatives would not get elected. And so as a conservative by conviction, as an Oklahoman by choice, I'm campaigning on a promise
I am Representative Judd Strom. I represent the 10th District, the Oklahoma House of Representatives. I've done so. This is my 6th year. We are an agricultural and industrial district. Even though the people of Bartlesville don't like to hear it, we are a rural district. And I'm a rural guy, I know, right? But I'm a rancher. I'm a pipeliner. I spent 13, 14 years working in the service industry, and this truly is a servant's position. There have been thousands of bills, at least 12,000 original bills since I've been in the House. So it's hard to explain, what you would do on each bill and every nuance of each bill that runs through. But I'll tell you two principles I operate all the time. I operate on. The people that we represent, the people of Oklahoma, expect service from their government. They want good roads, they want good schools, they want clean water delivered to their house, and when they pick up the phone, they want a well-equipped and well-trained firefighter, police officer, EMT showing up at their house. They expect these things from their government. I try every day to find out the best way to provide these services they expect from their tax dollars in an effective and an efficient way. And that goes for everything from rural water departments to fire departments, all of the things that I work for the people that I represent. And my feeling is if we don't provide those services and do it the way that we want them done effectively and efficiently, then they will cry out and they will give it to the other side to provide those services. And nobody in this room wants that. The other thing is protecting your freedom. I talk about the thousands of bills that have ran over. Larry's heard this story, don't get bored. I went to school with a guy I couldn't stand. He was an absolute jerk, but he graduated a year before me. He went across the seas to overseas to be a nation builder, helping these young countries create their constitutions and become young democracies. But he came back and he told our class, he gave a speech and he told our class in the first few minutes, he said something that stuck with me and made him live rent-free in my head from then on. He said, the reason the United States of America can call themselves a free nation is because in most of the rest of the world, if it's not legal, it's illegal. In the United States of America, if it's not illegal, it's legal. Now that sounds weird, and I thought about it the whole rest of the time. I couldn't think of anything else or tell you anything else he said. But we have to protect the idea that in this country, if it hasn't been made illegal, then you're free to do it. In the rest of the world, they tell you the things you're allowed to do. And if not, then you're breaking the law. And that's one of the reasons you'll see a lot of special interests that will come out against me and say, we don't like Judge Strom because he doesn't like our bills that give you freedom. And I'll fight against that all the time. And the reason and then we will have become the thing that we hate the most. And so those are the things I work on all the time. I worked on, this will be my 6th year, and I hope to represent you for 6 more years to be able to preserve and protect those things and to do that job for you. Those are service and protecting your freedom. I appreciate y'all. I'm glad you're here. I'm Judd Strom, and I appreciate your support for another 2 years as state representative for District 10. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative Strom. Next, we have Senate District 29 candidate Wendi Stearman.
Good morning. My name is Wendi Stearman, and I am a candidate for Oklahoma State Senate District 29. I am running for this position simply because our substantial Republican majority in the Oklahoma legislature is not defending liberty. Instead of promoting freedom, they're expanding the state government influence in our lives through numerous public-private partnerships, further blurring the lines between government and private enterprise. They're offering your tax dollars to international companies in order to create a state-directed economy. And this session, they are further removing your voice from this process by attempting to place the negotiations of this process into the hands of paid staff and appointed bureaucrats, bound by non-disclosure agreements while negotiating with your money and with your future as collateral. This direction must not go unchallenged. Daniel Webster, an early American who valued a government limited by a constitutional representative republic, a government held accountable by the people of this great nation, once said, "It is hardly too strong to say that the Constitution was made to guard the people against the dangers of good intentions. There are men in all ages who mean to govern well, but they mean to govern. They promise to be kind masters, but they mean to be masters. They think there need be but little restraint upon themselves." I am honored and I am proud to stand here shoulder to shoulder with you, my fellow patriots, to restrain our government as is our right and our duty.
Thank you, Wendi. Next, we have Senate District 29 Senator Julie Daniels.
Pleasure to be with you all today. I want to ask, first of all, how many of you, this is your first county convention? Well, welcome to our conservative Republican Party. Really glad to have you here. I'm a native-born Oklahoman. I've been involved in the party for 52 years now, active wherever I've lived. I've been vice chairman of this party. I attended the convention in Houston in 1992. I used to write the party news. I appreciate the leadership and what it takes to organize a wonderful convention like this. I've had the honor of being your state senator for 8 years. I did that after spending 8 years on our Bartlesville City Council. I think there I learned really the value of constituent work, dealing with individual people, trying to solve individual problems or engage in a discussion on the issues, which I have with many of you over the years. I'm very excited about where we're headed as a state and the role I have been able to play as your state senator. I know that on Monday, CPAC will be in Oklahoma City, and I will be receiving yet another Conservative Achievement Award, having managed to remain in the top 10 conservative senators in the state of Oklahoma throughout my 8 years. They've judged me on over 200 votes, and I've managed to maintain that position, which to me shows that I've come informed, and like you, bedrock conservative principles are the way I intend to govern or work within the government on your behalf. I'm very excited that our state, I authored the No Sex Change for Minors Act last year. We got passed, now presented to the 10th Circuit Court, and we are waiting on that decision. I don't know that it will go our way, but I believe the way we wrote our bill and passed it in Oklahoma, we could be the poster child if this issue does go to the United States Supreme Court. 2 years ago, I co-authored and got to present and speak for the Save Women's Sports Act to keep men out of women's bathrooms and vice versa. That law is in effect. I have authored with my colleague out of Claremore, Zuckerbucks 1, Zuckerbucks 2. This is not allowing private money to be spent. Because every year we come back and tweak a little bit to make sure that the liberals cannot come in and control what I believe is an excellent election system in Oklahoma. My exciting thing this year, and the reason it takes time to do reform of any big issue, is that this is the 4th year I've introduced the resolution to change the Constitution and the way we nominate our appellate justices, to use the federal system, as Trump did so well, to vet and have conservative justices ready to go and be appointed on the bench. You may or may not know that for 50 years we've operated under a commission system, where people nominated and not elected and overly controlled by the liberal Oklahoma Bar Association, who is from a list of 3 provided by these other people. Years, it has worked to our behalf to have the federal system. 4 times I filed it. Didn't even take it to committee the first 2 years. Tried to get it out of committee in November, decide whether or not you would like to amend our Constitution. That has taken me a number of years, which is why I'm so excited about the next 4. Because if we can do the boards and commissions who also get to decide who a governor appoints, the regulations that stand in the way of people earning a living in Oklahoma. There are so many barriers, and I'm excited that if we can get this one done, the domino will fall and we will be able to achieve so much more. So I'm excited about the next 4 years. I would appreciate your support in allowing me to continue to represent you. I will tell you that when you see me on the floor, sitting on the front row in front of my computer, emails. I scroll through emails multiple times a day. Many of you in this audience, we have a back and forth on any particular bill, trying to solve constituent issues. That's what you sent me there to do, to govern, but also to work on constituent issues and make government get out of your way, another way of preserving your individual freedom. So I am excited about getting to do this job again with your
that reallocation of votes will be openly visible to everyone in this room and verifiable. There will be no hidden allocation of votes. In the last year, we have seen burgeoning grassroots involvement. Several people have already noted this, but how many precinct officers do we have in here today? Treasurer, secretary, chairman, vice chairman. And of those, how many of you are serving in your first term? Top time. Under Chairman Muir's leadership, the county officers operate at the direction of the county committee, not the chairman and not the executive committee. All registered Republicans of the county committee and substantially form the state committee. And the state committee in turn directs the operations of the state party and its officers. This bottom-up philosophy is correct, and it is working. Think of what we have accomplished and how revolutionary it has been. The 26 precincts are active in the county as they never have been before, as we see right here in this room. You all are keeping the precinct and county officers accountable. All Republican officers in the county work at the direction and at the pleasure of their respective committees. Setting the county agenda with respect to speakers, rules, platforms, and resolutions. The county GOP is active and effective in the state, tracking candidates, officials, and policies at all levels, accurately representing the will of the Washington County Committee at the state level, and coordinating with like-minded county committees in other counties throughout the state to direct the state Republican Party from the grassroots up. We have had success in the state party. Led and directed by the county committees, the state Republican Party has become much more active and relevant in the state. We published a legislative scorecard to measure legislation and legislators' performance against our own party platform, with the intent to encourage Republican legislators in future votes to conform to the Oklahoma platform. And future plans include scoring legislative proposals before they come to a floor vote so that legislators can be advised on how legislation does or does not support our own party platform. Led and directed by the county committees, the state Republican Party censured a simply disastrous border deal at the national level effectively. The Oklahoma censure played a noticeable part in making that border deal dead on arrival, and the censure in a remarkably short time resounded throughout the nation in the media and through social media. This media exposure makes the Oklahoma Republican Party relevant at a national level as it never has been before. So, where do we go from here? One, keep up the grassroots pressure, keep it up and increase it. We here in this room are having an effect nationally like expanding ripples from a pebble tossed into a pond. With national elections coming, focus like a laser beam on election integrity at all levels, local precinct all the way up to statewide. This election is of critical importance to our nation. And on that note, remind me, who is the Oklahoma Republican Party's choice for the presidential candidate this year? With all of those flags at your tables? As we stand today, who is the presumptive National Republican nominee for president? We are relevant, and we are having a palpable effect. So, keep up the pressure at the Congressional District Committee and in the State Committee. Keep working closely with our grassroots counterparts and supporters throughout the state. And with that in mind, it is my profound pleasure to introduce the champion of the grassroots statewide, the watchman on the wall, our own Vice Chairman of the Oklahoma Republican Party, Wendi.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for being here. This is what self-governance, citizen governance looks like. We are a party of we the people and a nation of we the people. And I want to commend you for being here. You are the authorities. I want to talk to you today about the structure and governance of the Oklahoma Republican Party. But before I do that, I want to give you a little bit of background of where we come from as a nation. You know, whenever our colonial ancestors declared independence from Britain, they took the authority away from King George and gave it to the rightful owners of we the people. Our Declaration of Independence says we get our rights from our Creator. Governments are instituted by men, deriving their just authority from the consent of the governed. That is us. Our founding documents support this. Our Creator supports this. Our OKGOP supports this. So, Benjamin Franklin stated, in free governments, the rulers are the servants, the people are their superiors, and their sovereigns. Think about that statement. We as a nation have been robbed of our authority. We must reclaim our authority, and this is how you do it, right here. So thank you. Thank you for being involved in that process. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this right here. And Tom was talking about it also, but in our rules, it says that the Republican Party, the people, created the OKGOP. Again, it follows the history and the history of our founding documents. Rule 5. Let me stop here for a second. You'll see here. Okay, let me back up. I've been involved with this party for 30 plus years, and we've always been a top-down party where the chairman pretty much made the decisions, and they were not accountable to the state committee or the budget committee, etc. Did you know before this administration came into office, we had not had a budget committee meeting for 2 years? In our rules, it states that the budget committee is responsible for all expenditures within our party. Well, how can you be accountable if you don't have a budget committee meeting? So with the new administration, when things start coming in, grassroots start getting more involved, we start implementing the rules because we are a party of rules, as our chairman has stated. Well, we want to apply those rules. First of all, if you look at Rule 5, 6, and 10, it'll give you the power authority of our party. Rule 5 states that at each precinct, you are an independent entity. You are the sovereign authority within your entity, within your precinct. The county chairman cannot tell you how to run your precinct because you are sovereign authority. At each county, the county committee is the sovereign authority, Rule 6. So, consequently, the county committee and the chairman and the vice chairman serve at the pleasure of the county committee. It says that the county committee is the sovereign authority. At the state level, it says that the state committee is the sovereign authority. Well, how can there be 3 sovereign authorities if someone has to be sovereign, or there has to be one sovereign authority? Not true, because at each level of our structure, you're sovereign at the precinct level. The county committee or the county chairman cannot tell you as a precinct what to do. At the county committee level or the county level, the state committee or the state chairman cannot tell the county or the the county chairman or the county chairman what to do. So consequently, at each level, there's sovereignty at each level. So, if you look at this structure right here, you the people, we the people hold the authority. We elect representatives in our precincts. Our precincts elect representatives that come to our county committee, our county convention. The county committee represents you. The same process happens up to the state level. So if you look at this hierarchical chart, you'll notice that the people, the Republican voters, the precincts, the counties, the state committee, the state chairman, vice chairman, and the state executive committee, which is an advisory committee, is at the bottom of the power structure. So the top is where the authority lies. It's an inverted apex, is what it is. Typically, previously, we've been like this. Now we've inverted it. Next slide. So how can you tell if you truly hold authority? Whenever you have the ability to remove someone from a position, that means you hold the authority. In the precinct, the only group or the only entity that can remove a precinct officer is the unique precinct. The county committee cannot, the county chairman cannot. At the county level, the same process. Who can remove a person within the county? Only the county committee can. Consequently, they have sovereign authority at that level. The same holds true for the state chairman and vice chairman. The only entity that can remove us from our positions is the state committee. They have the authority. So whoever has the ability to remove has the authority. So I hope this helps you understand the way we're structured as a party. And historically, it supports our founding. It supports that we, the people, have the authority. And that's the way it should be. So, I want to close with this. Where do we go as a nation? Where do we go as a people? Ladies and gentlemen, our country is in a 1776 moment. We have Harvard and MIT did a statistical analysis. They believe there are 22 million illegals in our country. We know they're coming from all over the world. China, countries are emptying their prisons. They're sending them here. They're crossing our border. We have no idea who's in here. We have a $35 trillion deficit. Let me give you an example of what $1 trillion is. If you stack $100 bills on a pallet and 6 feet high on a pallet, that's around $1 billion. Now multiply that times 1,000. That fills up a football field. A football field of $100 bills stacked 6 foot high is $1 trillion. Now look for 34 football fields, 35 football fields. That's the amount of that we're leaving our children, the debt. We're borrowing it or we're creating it, one or the other. So consequently, what are we leaving our children? Our government, federal government, has been weaponized against us. Look what they've done to President Trump, who is truly our president right now. He is our president. Ladies and gentlemen, October 1776. The war was not going well. The war for independence was not going well for the colonists, for our founders, our colonial ancestors. George Washington had lost every single battle to Colonel General Howe, the British general. What did he do? He appealed to the highest authority that there is. He had his secretary commission this flag. This is our first flag, ladies and gentlemen. I would ask you to read about its history. It is a wonderful history. But he went to the highest authority there is, Almighty God, Creator, Jesus Christ. And he has his God connection. He appealed to heaven. This is our first flag. Ladies and gentlemen, we as a nation, this is what I would recommend. We must get on our knees. We must admit and repent of our national corporate sins. We have turned our back upon this our God and this nation. Our institutions have turned their back upon him. We must return. We must have revival, and we must have restoration to our Creator. If we don't, we will not have a nation to hand our children, our posterity. So the first thing I would ask you to do is get on your knees, ask for forgiveness, ask for blessings and guidance from our Creator, Jesus Christ. The next thing I would say, get to work what you're doing now. Prayer, work. That's the way we're going to save this nation. We must hand freedom and liberty down to our posterity, our children. It was given to us. We must give it to them. The last words of the Declaration of Independence says, we pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor to this nation. That's what we must do as well. So I commend you for being here. I thank you for being here. God bless you. God bless Washington County.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hill. That was a very powerful speech, and I second everything you said. You know, I think I've been telling the children this, but I think we need to look at ourselves as modern day founders. I fear we are about to lose our nation as we know it. So we have to stand up and be willing to sacrifice our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor in order to preserve this nation and our freedoms. So I would encourage you to look at yourselves as modern-day patriots, modern-day founders. And so thank you again to all the speakers. Thank you for the update, Vice Chairman Stearman. All right, let's get started with the whole reason we're here. Let me just get my notes real quick, if you give me a second, please. All right, so we are here for the quadrennial county convention. The main purpose is to send delegates. So we had our precinct meetings last month. All of you that are here attended your precinct meetings or elected by your precinct to be a delegate to this county convention. From here, we will move on to the district and state conventions, where we will elect delegates and electors to the national convention, or delegates to the national convention, and then electors to the electoral college, where we will nominate President Donald Trump as our Republican nominee for president. So just a couple of items of business. I'm your chairman of the Washington County GOP, but also I will be the chairman of this convention. Our secretary is over here, Lauren Murray. We also have Nathan Volker here in the middle, who is going to assist me with parliamentarian procedure, as well as Vice Chairman Stearman. And then we have our Sergeant of Arms, Marshall Wagner. Over there. If you do have to leave, we need, I think, just need to let Marshall know, but I don't think we have any ballots, so you don't have to charge anything unless I guess you need to hand him your ballot, but we don't have any ballots, so we're good there. Okay, so my goal as chairman of this convention is to run an efficient meeting, to get through the business as quickly as possible while still respecting your rights as a body, so that you can conduct the business that you are here to do. I also would like to get us out of here by noon. So I think we can do it. We have 2 hours to do business, and I think we can get it done before that. All right. So I would like to bring up Sarah Burnett, who is the chairman of the Credentials Committee, to present the credentialing report.
I just want to thank the members of the Credentials Committee for all their help. We, as a team, looked over this report and it's been verified by all of us. So currently we have present 112 qualified delegates. There are no contested delegates, and we have 14 guests. And with that, I move to adopt the credentials report.
Second.
Are there any questions on the credentials report before we move to a vote? All right. It's been moved, and this actually does not require a second because it went through a committee. All right, seeing that there are no questions, it's moved to adopt the credentials report. So the question is on the motion to adopt the report. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. All right, the ayes have it and the report is adopted. Thank you. All right, this meeting will come to order. The next item of business is the adoption of the convention agenda. A printed copy of the convention agenda has been provided to you when you signed in. I hear someone say they did not receive a copy of the agenda. Sarah, could you? It's on the second page of the packet that you received. So. I'll wait a minute so that everyone can get a copy. Chelsea, there's someone over here.
Anybody else?
I'll give you just a second to look it over. All right. Are there any questions on the agenda? All right. I have a motion. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Darrell Worley, Vice Chairman, Precinct 11, I move we adopt the agenda.
Second. Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So
Who was our second?
if you
Thank you.
if you get up and speak, I would ask that you just stand up, that you announce your name and your precinct. Do you need precinct, Secretary? Okay, so if you'll just announce your name loudly enough so that the Secretary can include it in the minutes. So, all right, so it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it, and the agenda has been adopted. Next item on the agenda is the Committee on Standing Rules report, which will be offered by Committee Chairman Vic Severn. And this will require a 2/3 vote.
I also want to thank the Rules Committee for getting together and putting this together in such an efficient manner. And so at this time, I would like to submit and move that the rules as printed for this convention are approved and sent to the body for a vote. Chairman?
Thank you, Vic. Are there any questions on the convention rules? All right, seeing that there are no questions, it is moved and to adopt the standing rules of the convention as printed. The question is on the motion to adopt the standing rules of the convention. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. All right, next item of business is the Treasurer's Report, which will be given by the Washington County GOP Treasurer, Josh Locke.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I got to just first thanks Wayne for making sure that we've now had 2 GOP conventions in a row where the Appeal to Heaven flag is fully featured, so we're doing something right. Might as well make it 3 conventions in a row next time. And for anyone, and just to reiterate that, anyone who has not read the history of that flag and what its connotations are for the founding of our country, do yourself a favor and make that your priority this afternoon. On to the Treasurer's Report. This is an update based on my previous report to the Executive Committee on January 22nd, when our previous balance was $2,851.01. In the time since, we've spent $284.17 on convention supplies. We had a $50 cost to the American Legion for one of our meetings that we held there. Then we had an additional $100 final payment for the rental of this facility. We also took $248 in donations. So our current balance stands at $2,664.84. And I would just like to conclude my remarks by making sure that everyone recognizes in support of kind of what Representative Kane said earlier, that we're a state that claims to be conservative in a lot of ways, but when it comes to how we handle resources and how we spend money and what kind of stewards we are of that at the Capitol, he's seen, he mentioned earlier firsthand how he's seen that that's not always handled well. But I would like to point your attention to your leadership in this county, that they have done a fantastic job of that. We don't have a lot of money necessarily, but this whole convention has been put on with under $500. So all of these things that you see, we're going to donate an individual but make sure you recognize what a fantastic job we are doing demonstrating fiscal responsibility, but by our actions and not just what we say.
Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate the report and all you do as our treasurer. All right, so next item of business, it's a big one, open delegation determination. So this will be what we're going to do is we're going to have a vote to elect delegates to the 2024 district and state conventions.
Mr. Chairman, you're
Yes, sir.
Precinct 11 Vice Chair. Don't we need to accept the Treasurer's Report?
Let me check with the parliamentarian. All right, so it is not required Thank you. It would had it been submitted to an auditor, part of an auditor's report, but for this case, it's not required for a vote. All right. So the next item of business, which I already mentioned, is to elect delegates to the 2024 district and state conventions. Let me just give you a little bit of information before we go to a vote and determine the type of delegation that we want. So at state convention, Washington County will have 34 delegates, and that's based off of the number of votes that Washington County had for Governor Stitt in the last election. The two types of delegation are open delegation and closed delegation, or delegate alternate delegation is the name of it. With an open delegation, there is no limit to Washington County's authorized delegate, so we can have more or less than 34 delegates and still have our total delegate count at state convention when we go to vote. With the closed delegation, we would have to elect one delegate and one alternate, so it'd actually be 34 delegates and 34 alternates to send to state convention. For your awareness, there are sign-up sheets, so once we do our vote, and if we do an open delegation, you can sign up to be a delegate at district and state convention. Sarah, where are those sign-up sheets at? Okay, they're on the credentials table, so you'll make sure you want to sign up to be a delegate if you want to attend. The state convention, district convention is going to be, this is Congressional District 2 convention, will be held on April 13th. And why you'd want to go attend district and state convention is because of this. So at district convention, you'll get to elect 3 delegates and 3 alternates to the Republican National Convention who will represent you to essentially elect Donald Trump as our nominee for the Republican Party. At district convention, they will also elect 1 elector and 1 alternate. At state convention, which will be May 3rd through the 4th, and that'll be in Oklahoma City, we'll elect delegates and alternates to the Republican National Convention. We'll also elect 2 electors and 2 alternate electors to the Electoral College. And then we'll elect a national committee man and a national committee woman, along with conducting any other business. So later on in the program, we'll be voting on our resolutions and platform changes and rules changes. So those will be submitted to the state and for consideration at state convention. All right. And then anyone who wants to be a 2024 OKGOP elector or RNC delegate will need to submit an application to the OKGOP. And if you need information on that or something you're interested in, let me know and I can forward you that information. All right, so at this time, the chairman will entertain a motion on the delegate type that the Washington County GOP will send to the 2024 district and state conventions. Yes, ma'am. Can we get I'm sorry, we have mic runners, so. Eddie Collins will be our mic runner on this side, and Mike Murray will be our mic runner over here. So.
I would just like to mention when we pass the rules, 3A says, all accredited Washington County Convention delegates present at this convention are hereby qualified to be elected as delegates to the 2024 district and or state convention as an open delegation, and we already passed that.
So we haven't voted on an open delegation yet.
Okay, I was just assuming because we passed that in the rules that we would be, that took precedence.
Yeah. So the key word is they're qualified for, so we would have to pass the open delegation first. But once we get through the open delegation, then what that is saying is that you're qualified. And Vic, if you'd like to speak to it.
I just assumed that, I'm sorry, maybe I misinterpreted.
No, it's a good question. Thank you. Did I answer your question though, or concern? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Darrell Worley, Precinct 11 Vice Chair. I move we we go as an open delegation to both the district and state conventions.
Second.
All right. Did you get the?
I did.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we send an open delegation to the 2024 district and state conventions. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it. We'll be sending an open delegation to district and state convention. Again, before you leave the room, please make sure that you sign up to be a delegate to district and state convention if you intend to go. I would even say if you're not sure, go ahead and sign up anyways, because I will have to submit this to the state within the next couple of days or few days. So please, 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 if you're going to go, make sure you sign up. And if you want to be on a committee as well, I think there's a section on there where you can sign up as a committee for whichever committee you want to serve on. And then I will submit that to the state, and then the state chooses who. I have nothing to do with who chooses or who gets to sit on a committee. That'll go on to the state, and then they will decide who will be on the committees. All right. Yes, members recognized.
Does the delegate sign-up sheet include phone numbers? Because if it does, I would like to volunteer myself to reserve a block of rooms for us since it's 2 days at the state convention.
Sarah, does the sign-up sheet contain phone numbers? Yes, it does. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We're moving right along. All right, next item of business is Platform and Resolutions Committee report. John Nettles, Chairman of the Platform and Rules Committee, will now present the Standing Rules Committee report.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the committee that worked with the handicap of having me as their chair, and I appreciate all the hard work, particularly Gary and Patrick did a lot of the heavy lifting. And so in that line, I got involved at the 11th hour and messed it up. So on one of the lists that you'll access on your phone, that's the recommended to be adopted platform changes, the very last item, number 30, the second column is the number. That item was inappropriately left on the recommended to adopt list. So it won't be up here, but it will be on the access to your phone, so I want to point that out. Now, moving on, I would like the Platform and Resolution Committee recommends the following platform changes to be adopted. Number 1, 2, 8, 9 through 18, 23, 25 through 29.
And Vic is getting this up on the screen. So we have 25. Is there a 29 slide for them as they walk? Okay. All right. And this is probably going to be the part of the convention that takes the longest as we go through the platform and resolutions and rules changes. So the question is on the adoption of the following resolutions as referred by Mr. Nettles. Or platform changes, I'm sorry. Sorry, give me 1 second while Vic gets that up. What we'll be doing is we'll have a vote. These are all the recommended rules or platforms changes from the platform committee. Is there any debate or discussion around approving these? Yep. You mind displaying the numbers real quick, please?
We only have a summarized list of resolutions.
Oh, resolutions on, okay.
Recommended is just that one.
So these are the recommended ones, or actually, Tom, you want to get up and?
Yes, number 1, so the second column is a number. Number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and it jumps to 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29.
Blythe, would you get Sandra a mic, please? Correct. Yep. So those, and we'll be voting for those as a package, unless anyone has any questions or needs something pulled out to look at individually.
Mr. Chairman, we have a question.
Okay.
You may have already said this, but I'm wondering on number 30, why that's not recommended for being adopted?
So we'll get
Number 30 about Israel. That was not mentioned.
Yep. So we're handling first the ones that were recommended by the committee, and then we will move on to the not recommended. So we're just, and that one was not recommended, so it would not be included in this vote.
So to be clear, number 30 will be in a separate package, correct?
Correct. We'll be looking at, yep. So the ones that were approved by the committee or recommended by the committee, we'll be voting on as one package. The ones that were not recommended or the committee had no opinion on, we will look at individually, and the body will vote on those individually.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I think hers, the copy she has says number 30 is to be adopted, so that's where the confusion is on her part.
Oh, that's the one that John addressed at the beginning. You want to address it again?
Yeah, that was a clerical error. May Thursday or night at like midnight or something.
Is there any other discussion before we move to a vote? All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Eddie Collins, precinct 51 on the chair. I make the motion that we approve those as presented.
Okay.
I second.
All right. It actually does not require a second if it's recommended by the committee. So, all right. It's been motioned that we adopt these 17 recommended platform changes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it, and the 17 recommended platform changes have been adopted. All right. Next, we have
Mr. Chairman, the Platform and Resolution Committee presents the following platform changes and recommend they not be adopted. The first is number 3, which is from page 2 of Article 1 under Family, Section A, number 3, striking all the language regarding children as a special gift from God, etc. Our recommendation is not to adopt based on insufficient information nor an alternative to the stated language of the original platform.
All right. So the question for the body, well, is there any debate or discussion on this one? So
I don't understand what you're voting on.
yeah,
Didn't understand that.
could you mind pulling that one up, please? I'll try to make it more clear for you. Yeah. All right. So what we're doing, we're now looking at the platform changes, the OKGOP platform changes that were reviewed by the platform committee. These are the ones that they do not recommend. So we're going to list these one by one. We'll have a vote on each one that is not recommended. Now, the vote will actually be to vote to adopt it. So a yes vote or an aye vote is you will adopt the resolution contrary to what the committee's decision or recommendation was. So they recommended to not adopt it. We're voting to adopt it. So a yes vote would be to go ahead and adopt it. A no vote would be to go with the committee's recommendation and not adopt it. Is that clear?
No.
No?
Who struck it out? And, I mean, what are we voting on? It's very confusing.
Yep. I'm sorry, can you state your name and can you get a mic, please?
Are we adopting the original or the proposed?
It would be the original. John, do you want to speak to this, please?
So the proposed changes is to strike out all the language of the original 2023 platform language. It was presented to our committee as one of the options from the precinct meeting. Our recommendation from the committee is to not adopt it, which means we would stay with the original language.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, Paul Gustafson, Precinct 75. So to state the same thing in another way, if we vote A or for, is the original language?
Correct.
Got it.
No,
No, it's the opposite. Because it was not to be adopted. So if we vote yes, A, aye, we're voting for the proposed language, correct? In other words, to go along with the committee, not to adopt it.
Well, I was under the impression that the body gets to, let me double check with, but.
Please make that clear.
Yeah, because it was my understanding that the committee makes a recommendation. However, it's the body's decision to adopt the resolution despite what the recommendation was from the committee.
I would just like you to state it in terms that an aye means what? Adopting the original language or the...
Let me consult real quick and then I'll...
Thank you, that's the confusion.
Okay. If you would just stand at ease, I'll be right back.
Mr. Chairman, I think you can clear this up. If the recommendations, you're calling recommendations from the committee, should come as a motion and then requires a second on all of these, but this should come, the recommendation should come as a motion, and we should vote on the motion, and the motion in this case is to stay with the original language. Or on the others, it was to approve the language that was approved. So it would eliminate the confusion if it came as a motion from the committee, because that in fact is what it is. You have a second, and then you vote on what the committee recommended, either yes or no. So, and if you vote yes, it would retain the language, or no, it would not. That would
retain the recommended.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Fritz, Precinct 74. The way this is structured is we are...
Excuse me, the chair has vacated. If you could just hold your thought for a minute.
Clear it up for you in just a second.
All right, the meeting's called back to order. Thank you, sorry, and I appreciate your patience. All right, so the motion, so I would recommend that the precinct or the person who wrote the resolution or platform change would make the motion, and then we'll vote on the motion to adopt or not adopt.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Chris, Precinct 74 Chair. The way this is structured is there are recommendations for proposed language changes. We either vote to approve those proposed language changes, which would be a yes vote. In this case, on this specific one, would be against the recommendation for the committee, but that is just a recommendation from the committee. We're either voting to approve as a yes any proposed language changes, or we're voting not to approve the language changes. And that's going to be the same structure all the way through. So we're not voting whether or not we agree with the committee recommendation. We're just voting on the language changes, whether we agree with that as proposed or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. So yes would be to approve the proposed language changes, and no would be to approve the original language.
Keep the original language. You got one behind you.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm still unclear what the objective of this is. It's the same language in both columns.
Yeah, the recommendation was from the body, or the committee was to strike the language entirely. To not adopt this platform change.
So the number 3 would be cancelled completely, rather than choosing between the language that's outlined in each column.
Yeah, so
The original 2023 platform is the language on the left. The proposal that came in as a change was to strike that language.
I read both sides, the same language.
Right, but it's struck through. It should be blank. We're voting to approve the strike. Yeah. If we vote no, we're voting to keep the original language. A yes vote means gone, a no vote means it stays.
yes, we have another question from the floor.
No. This answers it. That second one, a no vote would be, a yes vote would be to strike the language, a no vote would be to keep the language.
Right.
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry for the confusion. Appreciate your patience. So, all right, John, did you make motion already? Okay. All right, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, Eddie Collins, Precinct 51 Chair, I make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the committee to not accept that change.
Crazy.
So I think, okay. I think that confuses things a little bit. I told you this was going to be the most difficult part of the convention. So I think the proper motion would be to approve the proposed language, which would be striking this entire original language.
Okay, you just
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Bill Payton, Vice Chair, Precinct 79. My question is, if this verbiage is rejected and we accept this now, does that mean that it's going to go back to the committee since there's no alternative? Will it go back next time around for another reevaluation? Or does this mean it's going back to the committee to reevaluate?
Yep, it will not go back to a committee for reevaluation.
Ever? Never?
Yeah, next time around.
So the language is already there in the platform. This language. A recommendation was to take it out. And that's what we reviewed, was whether to take it out. We're recommending no.
Right. So what's the alternative?
To leave it in.
Nothing.
No, to leave it in.
Delete it. That's the alternative.
To leave it like it is.
Or that's a yes or no can be readdressed later.
Yes, that's what I want to can be readdressed later.
Yes.
Well, it'll be reviewed state.
Yeah, the state, it'll go on to the state, and they'll review it, and the body there will vote on it.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Yes.
Do we have members from precinct 13 and 55 who authored the language? Perhaps they could explain what their thinking was and how these, I think it's 3 proposals join together.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't actually offer these items. They were part of the packet at the precinct meeting, and we simply voted on them. They were handed to us. We did not offer these changes.
Okay. Is the author, would the author like to speak on it?
Sounds like the author is not here.
Okay. All right, let's get through this, and again, I apologize for the confusion.
Hi, John Esley, Vice Chairman, Precinct 32. It seems to me what we're voting on is what the following.
Hold on, John. Get your mic.
Henry John Hensley, Vice Chairman, Precinct 32. It seems to me that what we're discussing here is whether to approve the committee recommendation on this issue. A yes vote means, to me, a yes vote would mean we approve the committee's recommendation, which is not to adopt the proposed change. A vote of no would mean we reject the committee's recommendation to retain the original language, something like that. But in any case, it seems to me that what we'd want to do is keep that original language. And, speaking with regard to the issue as a whole, I would like to see the original language changed, or rather retained, not changed.
Mike, hold on real quick. Let's get you a mic.
Thank you. Mike Stottlemyre, Chairman, Precinct 13. I motion that with a nay vote, we keep the original language.
Okay.
A second.
Do I need to repeat that for anybody?
All right.
Okay? With a nay vote, a no vote, we keep the original language.
All right, so we have a motion, a second, that if a yay vote or a yes vote would be to go with the proposed language.
And a no vote would keep the original language.
The original language.
So if you want to keep the original language, vote no.
All right, I'm gonna.
That would be correct. Do we wish to accept the modification or do we reject?
Okay, so the motion is to, if a yes vote would be to keep the proposed language. Yes, it is.
There is no, Mr. Chairman, it's a point of clarification. There is no proposed language.
Proposed language is to strike.
To get rid of the original language. So if you want to keep the original language, you vote down. It is a no vote to keep the original language.
Yes, I understand that. So a no vote would be to keep the original language, but if you do a yes vote, then you would be striking it.
Yes.
Okay. So are we clear now? Let's move on. Okay. All right. All in favor of the proposed language as presented, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Okay. The noes have it. We will keep the original language.
There is no such thing as no. I reject that idea.
There you go. We might understand it better.
Sandy Crossroad, precinct 55. I would recommend that we use the same procedure for all of the committee's recommendations to the agenda.
Okay, we'll use the same procedure. Thank you.
What did I start here? I didn't know it was going to be so controversial. But it's fine. All right, so the platform and resolutions committee brings for the consideration the change number 4, which you can see up on the screen now, which the original language is in the left column. The second column is a recommended change that was presented to us, which says we support the complete abolishment of Child Protective Services. Our committee reviewed that and recommend not to adopt this change based on insufficient information.
My recommendation may not have been specifically stated enough. I wanted to do the same procedure for all of the committee recommended rejection items in one vote.
Well,
No.
Okay, so that would require a motion and approval by the body if you want to vote on them together as a package.
No.
Never mind.
Okay.
You guys just want to do this again, don't you? So the committee's recommendation is not to adopt, which would be a no vote, based on insufficient information or alternative solution to the proposal.
Are there any questions or debate? Okay, so the committee's recommendation was to do a no vote to adopt the change. So all in favor of the committee's recommendation? I think I said that incorrectly.
All in favor of keeping the
Mr. Chairman, Bill Wilson, Precinct 80. I was part of the platform committee. By the way, we didn't all agree on all of these things, but I think it'd be a lot simpler if you just just focus on the proposed change. Whatever the proposed change is, we vote either yes or no on it. If you want to accept the proposed change, for example, removing all the language that the proposed change is proposing, you would vote yes. If you don't like the proposed change, you vote no. So I would say that the motion ought to be, for example, on point number 4 here, question number 4, that we're voting on whether or not to accept the proposed change.
Is that an official
If you
motion?
don't want to accept the proposed change, you vote no. If you want to accept the proposed change, you vote yes.
Okay. Is that an official motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I second it.
All right, it's been motion seconded
Who
that
was
we.
the second?
Eddie Collins.
Eddie was the second.
Okay, it's been motion and seconded that we adopt the proposed change to this item number 4 here. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. No. Okay, the noes have it and the change is not adopted.
This is very confusing.
I just love getting up here. All right. Platform and Resolution Committee brings forth the consideration for a motion to approve the change of item number 5 in the platform. We recommend a no vote or not to be adopted to this item.
We need your name,
Do
please.
you mind standing up and giving the motion, please?
Bill Wilson's Precinct 80. I move that we do not accept the change proposal. That would change my thing. Okay, we're going to vote on, are we going to accept the proposal? I move that we vote on whether or not to accept the proposed change on item number 4.
Eddie Collins, I second that motion.
Number 5. Number 5, this is the one at the top.
I second the motion as amended.
All right, so just to make sure I'm clear, the motion is to vote to, a yes vote would be to accept the committee's recommendation. No?
Correct.
We're all human.
It's all right, I'm a big boy. It's a lot harder when you're actually up here doing this.
We have a name for
Mark Johnson, Precinct 51. Okay, so what we're doing is we're just saying yes to the committee's recommendation. No, we're agreeing or disagreeing with the committee's their recommendation. So if we say aye, we agree with the committee. We're rejecting, or that we're, yeah, that's how it was presented. That's how that all of these were presented. Are we agreeing with the committee's recommendation, or are we disagreeing with that committee's recommendation? Well, that's not how it was presented. It was presented, are we agreeing with the committee's recommendation? Well, I know, that's a different issue.
All right, can you, Mr. Williams? Okay, Sarah?
I move to adopt the resolution the opinion of the committee notwithstanding. That puts a yes vote to adopt.
Gotta handle one motion at a time.
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded.
Correct.
That
So,
we're gonna deal with.
Mr. Wilson, would you please restate your motion, please?
Bill Wilson, Precinct 80. Question number 5. I move that we vote on the proposed language, yes to accept, no to reject.
And we have a second.
It's already been seconded.
All right. Okay, all in favor of the proposed language for item number 5, say aye. Any opposed, say no. No. The noes have it, and the motion is lost. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 6. Is there a motion from the floor? I'll entertain a motion on the floor to accept the proposed language or not.
I move that we accept or refuse the proposed language in item number 6. So that would be they're voting to strike the language or to not strike it.
Eddie Collins, I second that motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the proposed language in item number 6. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing there's no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of approving the proposed language, say aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Okay. The noes have it, the motion's lost. Moving on to item number 19.
What about 7?
Or a total change.
It's, this one here. On this one, the committee recommended not to be adopted. Is there a motion from the, at this time I'll entertain a motion. Is point of order? Wait real quick, I can't hear very well.
Number 19.
He said 17.
Mr. Chairman,
Was there a,
Eddie Collins, Precinct 51 Chair, motion so moved.
so your motion is to,
Yeah, there was no motion, there was only a point of order.
okay, there's only a point of order there.
You entertained the motion before that point of order, and
So you're making a motion?
I'm making that motion that you entertained, yes, sir.
Okay, and can you just state your motion then, please?
My motion is an up or down vote whether to accept the change that was presented or that was proposed.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. All right, it's been motioned and seconded that we adopt the proposed language. All in favor, a yes vote would be to adopt the proposed language, a no vote would be to strike it down and go with the original language. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. The noes have it, the motion's lost. All right, next item is item number 20. This was also recommended by the committee not to be adopted. Do I have a motion at this time to?
I would like to make a motion, since we've pretty much been all going straight up and down, going with the committee, that we do this in one swift move. No, okay, so then I will motion that on number 20, that I move to accept the language in 20 by the committee. No, I move to accept the language or remove it. I move to accept the language. Right, so an A is the proposed language, yes.
So there's been a motion to accept the proposed language on item number 20. Is there a second?
Second. Who was our second? Thank you.
All right, is there any discussion before we move to the vote? All right, seeing there's no discussion, all in favor of the motion to accept the proposed language, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Aye. Noes have it, and the motion's lost. Moving on to item number 24. The committee again recommended not to adopt the proposed language. This time I'll entertain a motion to
adopt the proposed language of 24.
All right, there's a motion to adopt the proposed language of item number 24. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded.
I'd like to debate.
Okay.
On item 24.
So, if we're gonna go into debate, each side there'll be 6 minutes total for debate, 3 minutes on each side. All right. So you're in favor of? Okay. Let me just set a timer here real quick. So this side will do in favor of the proposed language. If anyone is opposed to it, come over here and there'll be a mic. All right, go ahead.
So I would like to debate in favor of this change. I do not believe that government should be involved in economic development. I do not think that we should be finding specific programs or things to work on. I think that it should be left up to the free market. I think it best serves our state to have economic freedom instead of economic development. I do not want to continue programs that put power in the hands of bureaucrats and legislators to use our tax dollars, which is what economic development is, to mess with the market in our state. We're Republicans, and I stand for a free market.
Is there anyone here to debate against?
Okay, Wendi, speaking as an individual from Precinct 54. Anyhow, the whole idea of this, I think why we should accept it is because this says it must be timed, defined, and measurable. We keep saying we need to do something to help get these people out of poverty, to give them a solution, and the free market's not going in there. They need to be encouraged to go in there, but it needs to be timed and it needs to be measurable. Yeah. I've heard many very conservative Republican business owners say this helps to give those who are in poverty another solution besides the games. And I just think if you have positive role models, if you have jobs in the community, you help those businesses to be able to have a leg up, to be able to get established, and to help those communities. Otherwise, what we're doing as a party is we're saying, yeah, it's so sad, so bad, you're over there, your zip code, it's bad, but we don't want to do anything to help you. We're not doing it individually with our own pocket money. That's why I think we're encouraging it. We're not saying that you have to spend a lot of money, but I think where we're going to spend our money, it should be timed. We should have defined boundaries, and there should be an outcome that we expect. If it's not working, kill the program. But give it a chance to help some of these people to see there's another option. They can go to work and they can succeed. That's my opinion.
Someone's like speaking in favor of?
Chelsea Wagner, Precinct 11 Chairman. That's the job of the church, not the government. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking against?
Bill Wilson, Precinct 80. I was talking to a former representative just this week,
the number 2 industry revenue generator in Oklahoma now is, does anybody know what that is? With tax on aeronautics. That came about by the legislature voting in favor of some tax incentives for aeronautical development here in the state of Oklahoma. It wasn't government mandated industry. It was an opportunity to incentivize the creation of an industry that would bring in more revenue than any tax breaks that it was giving. I say we are a representative republic. Let our representatives do the job and don't handcuff them.
I am for striking that language. The reason that I'm for striking that language is that the governed should have the say in where their money's going. Yes, we're a representative government. However, we have capital cronyism going on. I am absolutely for that language being struck. If you look in Bartlesville at recent decisions and the cost of those decisions to bring in various businesses that aren't meeting their contracts, you would agree.
Is there anyone else to speak against? Okay. Tom Stearman, Precinct 78, in favor of the proposal for item number 24. It is not government's business to interfere in markets. It is not government's business to help people. Remember that government produces nothing, government has nothing unless it first steals from us, the taxpayers. This proposal is that we oppose using taxpayers' money as a government intervention in private markets and in charity. I'm in favor of striking the language as proposed. All right, seeing there's no more debate, we will move to a vote.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. An I vote strikes the language. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's in favor of the proposed language, and I vote would be. A no vote would be to keep the original language in. Yeah, and I vote would strike. Yeah, I would strike the language. So it's going with the proposed language. Yes.
Would you restate it again to make sure everybody's clear?
And do we have a motion?
Original motion. I can restate the original
Yeah,
motion.
please restate the original motion.
The original motion was move to adopt proposed language of 24. The proposed language is the striked language.
Yes. So
That's the
language
original
is
motion.
highlighted. All right. Those in favor of the proposed language, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Division. The ayes.
Who called division?
Division. John.
Thank you.
All right, we have division. So what we'll do is we'll go to a standing vote. If you are in favor of the proposed change, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. If you are against the proposed language, please stand. It seems clear to me that the ayes have it. Do you agree? Okay. The ayes have it, and the motion to adopt the proposed language has been accepted. All right, moving on to item number 30. All right, this is another one that has been recommended by the committee not to be adopted. At this time, I will entertain a motion. All right, seeing there's no motion, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, that's all on the platform, no adoption changes.
I thought I got fired. I'm sorry. The Platform and Resolution Committee brings the following platform changes to the body, and we recommend, but we had insufficient ability to make a recommendation, which means we couldn't agree. Number seven, you see at the top, in which it strikes some of the language of the original platform language and adds the elimination of all 5G technology.
All right, and I'm just going to kind of do what we did. So these are the, as John stated, we have three platform changes that the committee was not able to make a recommendation on. We'll start with number 7. We'll just vote on them individually if a motion is made. All right, do I have a motion? Yes.
I move to adopt the language of the proposed resolution for number 7.
Who is the second? Sandra Crosno. Okay. Yes.
What if we have, I missed my window, if I recommended we remove it, correct? I missed my window. Right?
I guess I'm not understanding what you're, so are you talking about this item number 7?
You guys can hear me? Okay. I had a question. If I do not support this with the recommendation with taking anything out or as original, how do I suggest removing it as a whole, or have I missed that opportunity? So there was a motion and a second already, correct?
Yeah, there's a motion and a second
Okay.
already, so we'll have to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this item number 7? We have, Clyde, can you take the mic over to Sandra, please? Get your exercise in.
Sandra Crosno, Precinct 55. There are so many unknowns about the 5G technology as it relates to our health that we would do well to eliminate all of it until more studies are done and we can prove the safety for all of us.
All right, so is that, since we moved into discussion or debate, is that in favor of the proposed language?
In favor of the proposed language.
Okay. Do we have anyone that would like to speak against?
I have a question.
Hold on real quick.
So the original
And just be sure to state your name, please.
This is a proposal to strike that we support health and safety testing by independent scientists in relation to 5G, microwave, wireless radiation, or deployment of 5G, and that the FCC establish safe standards accordingly. Personally, I don't think we should strike that language. We need to know what's going on with 5G.
Okay, so you were speaking against the proposed change, right?
I'm speaking against the proposed change.
Is there anyone else to speak in favor?
I'll speak in favor. So the change is that we support the elimination of it instead of continued testing and regulation of it. So that's the change that I'm in favor of, just our platform support. And again, this is a platform change, so it's something that will then be, presented to legislators and things like that.
Is there anyone speak against?
I have a question for Sarah, because I want to understand.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? is that striking the language or is it adding language to eliminate all 5G?
No.
Okay. It's both. What it would do is change that original language to "we support the elimination of all 5G technology."
Then I'm for it.
Yes, sir. You're speaking against.
I am speaking against the recommendation. If you all know me, I'm Gary Kilpatrick. I've been a long time against 4G and all these, and have taught about it. 5G's bad stuff too, but this is ridiculous. We cannot eliminate 5G technology. It is here to stay, folks. You need to come up with some recommendation. The existing platform at least recognizes the reality that it's here and says we need to do something about it. Not that we're going to eliminate. We cannot eliminate 5G technology. If it is pervasive, then it will invade us. So go with the original language and try to fix the problem as best we can.
Is there anyone else to debate in favor of? Okay. You're recognized, sir.
I agree with that. Bill Wilson, Precinct 8. I agree with what Gary just said. And in addition, I'd like to add, we're talking about planks of a platform. We don't legislate through planks in a platform. We're trying to tell the American public what we stand for as Republicans. These items are so specific, requiring investigation and lots of detail to be dived into, that I don't think it's a proper place to put it in a platform plank. So I would vote against this recommendation.
Is there any further debate? All right, seeing there's no further debate, we will move to a vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you in favor, speaking in favor or against?
I'm in favor of the proposal to eliminate 5G.
Okay.
And the reason is the 5G frequency.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you give your name real quick for the secretary?
Greg Mathers.
Thank you.
And the proposal to eliminate 5G is due to the fact that the frequencies are often used as weapons. Those frequencies, that high frequency range, can do harm to the body and also to the ability for us to take in oxygen. Anyway, so just kicking the can down the road, I don't think will do it. And as far as being specific, this is very concrete, whereas the other one is very concrete as far as what people expect our government to do about it.
Is there any further debate? We have,
Any time left, I'd like to close it.
we have a minute 30 seconds.
So, in a platform, we get the opportunity to express what we'd like the thing to be. It's not that we're proposing legislation, but as Greg said, and Greg has a background in the defense industry, we are all at risk as long as this technology is being foisted upon us. And while we might like to continue the testing, the immediate solution to this is for us to at least support the elimination of 5G. It's not going to happen just because we support it, but it is a goal, and it's for the benefit of all of us.
We have 40 seconds left.
Tom Starville, District 22.
Are you in favor of the resolution, or in favor of the proposal?
Let's see, I would be against the new language.
Okay.
And because it is so pervasive and already here, my concern would be the players involved as far as are we going to get accurate and correct information from the independent scientists, and how is I hate to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but most of it's come true. So just ensuring that we're getting actual information rather than like the cronyism that we were talking about earlier.
All right, that's time for debate. All right, we'll move on to a vote. So the motion has been made to adopt the proposed language. All in favor of adopting the proposed language, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The noes have it, and the motion is lost. Moving on to item number 21. This is another no recommendation. Is there a motion from the floor to adopt the proposed language?
I move to adopt the proposed language of 21.
Second.
Okay. Again, I just remind people to give your name, please, so that the secretary can record your name in the minutes. Did you get the names? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the proposed language. Is there any discussion before we move to a vote? All right, seeing there's no discussion, we'll move on to a vote. All in favor of the motion to adopt the proposed language, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Item number 22. Again, there is no recommendation from the body, from the committee. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the proposed language.
Councilor Burnett, I motion that we adopt the proposed language.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Been seconded. Is there any? So it's been motioned and seconded that we adopt the proposed language in item number 22. Is there any debate? Okay, seeing there's no debate, we'll move on to a vote. You have a. Okay, we're good. Okay, seeing there's.
So no keeps the right side.
And no would keep the original language. Okay. All in favor, so a motion's been made to adopt the proposed language. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Division.
All right, division's been called. We'll do a standing vote.
Can we do debate now?
Yeah, debate's over. All right, all in favor of this proposed change? Can you all lose the mic? Okay, we'll keep going. But all in favor of the proposed change, please come over here. What's that? Oh, sorry, we're standing. I got distracted by the mic. Okay, all in favor, please stand. What we're doing is we are voting. We are voting in favor. So a yes vote, if your standing vote, would be in favor of this proposed change in item number 22. So if you're standing, you're in favor of this. If you, at least right now, if you vote.
Is number 3 showing to strike that language? It says the same thing on both sides.
So you say no.
Yeah, so yeah, it's striking these lines here. Okay. So that's the original language.
Oh, okay.
This is the new language.
It's still confusing. Yes or no for which side?
A yes would be, a yes vote is you're agreeing to this. You want to vote for the proposed language.
Okay.
You're in favor of it. Okay, so we're going to do a standing vote. All in favor, please stand. If you're in favor of the proposed language, please stand. Okay. All right, you may be seated. If you're opposed to the motion to adopt this proposed language, please stand. I think we're going to have to do a counting vote. Can we get a couple counters from? Okay, you may be seated. We'll redo the vote. Okay, who are our counters? We got John Stearman, guys are done? Okay, if you are in favor of the proposed language, please stand and stay standing.
Okay, to keep it with those strike, with those items strike.
You agree, we oppose taxes or other incentives for businesses, period.
Okay, I'll take the middle. Alright, ready? One, two, John, will you count me, please, for this?
All right, we have 50 yeses, so any that are opposed to the proposed change, please stand. All right, we had 50 yeses to 36 noes, so the ayes have it, and the motion is carried. All right. John will now give the recommendation for the resolutions to be adopted.
Let's see how much more trouble I can see. This is a group of resolutions that the committee reviewed and recommend for adoption. Resolution 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 24, and 25. So,
Thank you, John. All right, we are going to vote on these recommended resolutions as a package. And you made the motion to. Okay, so the motion's been made. It does not require a second because it went through the committee. Is there, before we go to vote, is there any debate on the matter? Can you just wait 1 second till we get you a mic, please?
Okay, I have a question on two of the initiatives, resolutions. My name is Linda Uselman, excuse me. Anyhow, I do have a couple of questions about the initiatives, resolutions, excuse me. Resolution number 9, the foreign nationals, I understand the intent, I have no problems with that. After all, we don't want China buying us property in Oklahoma or anywhere in the United States. But it says not to allow any foreign nationals. What about legal immigrants who have not changed their citizenship, but they've moved here and they're legal? And so what I have in mind is, I know people who have come here legally, but they haven't changed their citizenship. Would they not be allowed to have property? I'm thinking, for instance, of Lisa, who came here from Denmark, been married to an Air Force guy for 50 years, but she's never changed her citizenship. When her husband dies, does that mean she can't own her property? Or will that have to go to her children? That's my question. I don't know. So that's why I'm saying I don't agree with this. If we want to say, governments or something, illegals, I don't know. There has to be another solution here.
So,
That's the first one. Would you like to hear my second concern?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, second concern is number 13, which is the resolution regarding money and votes. Resolution 13 says that there is no outside money will be accepted. And I understand we don't want George Soros to be funding any of our opponents' elections. But on the other hand, does that mean that the Foundations for Freedom, all the conservative groups, Eagle Forum, whatever, cannot send money this way? Or even individuals. I have a friend who's running for office over in Missouri. If she were here in Oklahoma and I were in Missouri, that would mean I wouldn't be able to send money to her according to this resolution. So, no outside money, does that mean we cannot accept money from individuals? I think that no outside money has to be rethought because that's going to really make it difficult for our candidates.
So let's handle it this way, because I want to make sure that we are making good time as well. If one of these resolutions, recommended resolutions, you want to make a change to, I would recommend that you make a motion to pull that resolution out, and you can amend it, and then we can vote on your amendment and the resolution separately. But does that make sense?
Okay, let's make a resolution to pull out.
So you'll be making a motion.
A motion to pull out resolution 9.
Okay.
And then do I include 13 at the same time and then do two?
Yeah, you can do both at the same time.
And pull out number 13.
Okay. So what I'm going to recommend that you do, so the motion's, well, is there a second to the motion?
A second.
Okay. So motion's been made to pull out resolution number 9 and resolution number 13. It's been seconded. All in favor of pulling those out and voting on, or considering them individually, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
I think the noes have it, so the motion is lost. So we're going to move on to voting.
Can we get a head count on that one?
Yep, we can do a count. So, yes. Hold on, let's get you a mic real quick. And again, please state your name.
Larry Grace Farmer. Okay, so I have one that I want to pull. Are we trying to vote that we cannot pull any of these out? Is that where we're going?
No, if there's one that you want to pull out to be either you want to make an amendment to or just to be considered individually, we would do that at this time. Otherwise, we're going to move on to a vote to approve all of these resolutions as a package.
Because I want to pull 25 out.
Okay. So let's do the first, deal with the first motion. So we'll do a standing vote because the division was called. So all in favor of pulling out and considering resolution number 9 and resolution number 13 individually, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. Any opposed to pulling these two resolutions, 9 and 13, out? Please stand. See you all. Okay, the noes have it. Okay, so Grace, did you have one you said you wanted to pull out?
Yes.
Grace Farmer, Resolution 25, to censure Labor Commissioner Leslie Osborne. I want to discuss that and pull it.
Okay. All right. So the motion has been made to pull out resolution number 25 and consider it.
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Yes.
I do not have, Thomas, Chairman, Precinct 76. I do not have resolution 25 on the email that came.
Okay.
It came in the latest email that went out last night. That was another clerical error. It's been left off.
Okay.
But we can put it on the screen if we, in just a moment, we can put 25 up.
Nick will pull it up real quick for us.
It costs like $700 to print it, so we couldn't. That's why we did it digitally, to save money. Unless somebody wants to donate that. We accept that.
I'll give you just a moment to read it, and then we'll go to the vote. Okay, okay, so the motion has been made to pull out resolution 25. I've not received a second. Is there a second?
Who's our second?
Yes, second.
I'm sorry, state your name. I don't see who. John, okay.
Okay, so it's been motioned, moved and seconded that we pull out resolution number 25 to censure and condemn Labor Commissioner Leslie Osborne. All in favor of pulling this?
Debate.
Okay.
I am in favor of Eddie Collins, Precinct 51. Chair! I'm in favor of leaving this resolution. It has been too long that we have had Democrats running as Republicans and indoctrinating our children. And this is especially true with Labor Commissioner Leslie Osborne. It's self-explanatory, and I'm in favor of leaving that in for a vote.
Okay, so you're in favor of just keeping it in? Okay.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Any opposed, like to debate?
Yeah, for debate. Okay.
I would like to keep it. I don't think it's right for a labor commissioner to create a coloring book, encouraging to put in our schools, encouraging our children to choose behaviors other than what the Lord has offered us.
Okay, let me just be clear. So this vote that we're about to have is just on the motion to remove it from this package of recommended resolutions that we're going to vote on. Okay. All right. All in favor of removing resolution 25 to be considered individually, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. All right. The noes have it. The motion's lost. Okay. We are going to... Yes.
Thank you, Deborah Cook, Precinct 74. Resolution 3, I was the author of this, and 2 words were just inadvertently left out. Urges the federal government to cease forcing young girls to share a locker room. Those words were, it was a mistake when they were sent to you, but just the 2 words were left out. So.
So are you wanting to make a...
Resolution 3.
Okay, so resolution 3.
So I would like to pull...
Would you like to...
I would like to make a motion to pull it out so I could add those 2 words in there.
Can we just make a motion?
Would you accept a motion to adopt it as amended?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so there's been a motion made to amend. Do you mind going ahead and what are the words that you would need added to it?
locker room, so I will read the whole. Resolve that Washington County GOP urges the federal government to cease forcing young girls to share a locker room and bathroom with boys, and urges the federal government to cease forcing female athletes to perform with males. So we're just adding the words locker room right before the word bathroom.
Locker room and or.
Okay. So the motion is to amend this resolution number 3 to add the words locker room in front of bathroom where the red dot is. And, okay, locker room and bathroom with boys. Thank you for the correction.
I would like to amend to any facility to force girls to share any facility with boys.
So I think you would have to
force, not leaving open choice.
So, Rochelle, are you making an amendment to?
Yeah, never mind.
Okay. All right. Let me just. You have a point of order.
Yes. It should be pointed out what we are doing is that the committee recommended that language. It just inadvertently in typing did not get included. All we're doing is putting back in what was actually there, not amending the language out of order or anything. It's just a typo.
Okay, so
and
it's
we're
just a
adding
typo.
it back in.
Is it? Let's just go ahead and vote on the amendment to add the words locker room and right before the words boys. So
Yeah,
it's
I
been-
second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate before we move to vote? All right, seeing there's no debate, we will vote. So the motion is to add the words locker room and in front of bathroom with boys to this resolution number 3 in your packet. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion's carried. All right, we will now move on to adopting these. You mind pulling the list of resolutions up one more time? Thank you. So we're going to vote to adopt these resolutions as a packet. Is there a motion? So the motion's been made actually, so we don't have to have a second. Was there any discussion?
Don't we have to have a motion since we removed 2 of them?
The motion was made by the committee chairman.
Okay.
I have a
Thank you.
question. Why isn't 6 on that list? So I didn't get a chance to.
This is,
Because that was pulled out, I think number 6 was pulled out it wasn't recommended or by the committee, so it'll be looked at individually. All right. Okay, we're gonna move. Is there, seeing there's no discussion, oh, we have a hand up.
On the recommendations to censure various people, question, what do we mean by censuring? And point, are we again trying to take on the responsibility of the people to vote for who they want to represent them? Or are we taking that on for ourselves to make a decision for them by censuring, for example, our senior senator? What do we mean by censure?
So censure is essentially it would be if we vote to censure like Leslie Osborne, for example. If we move to adopt this resolution, the Washington County Republican Party would be voting to censure. It's sending a strong statement to Leslie Osborne, for example, saying that we disagree with her actions. It's a statement. That's all it is. It's a strong statement. And if someone would like to speak on, and we can.
Larry,
Yes.
Grace Farmer, I personally have talked to Leslie Osborne about the situation that we're talking about here, and we necessarily do not know all the facts. And Leslie's not even here to defend herself. This is not our place to censor without someone being here to defend. And you may think you know all the facts, but I gotta tell you folks,
Well,
you do not.
so that's actually out of order. The body has already motioned to vote on this as a package. So, and then we voted against the removal of that resolution. So, we have. Okay, before we go.
I don't know if I'm out of order, but my name is Greg Mathers. I'm precinct 13, and I believe that it is our place to censor. We need to make a statement. And if we believe they did something that is wrong and is immoral, we need to make that statement.
Thank you. So we've already addressed the censor question. Let's move on to
Mr. Chairman, just to answer Mr. Wilson here, Mark Johnson, precinct 51, sorry. Just the definition of censure, where everybody's enlightenment, express severe disapproval of someone or something, especially in a formal statement.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt these resolutions as presented before you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
All right, well, we're down to the short road here. So the committee had 7 resolutions that we did not have a recommendation for. They are number 2, which was the promoting clean books for our children. Number 4, freedom of religious expression. Number 6, eliminate the grocery tax and the income tax. Number 14, opposing the awarding of driver's license to illegals. Number 16, calling for an audit of the Oklahoma Election Board. Number 19, that's all right. Number 19, calling for the repeal of Senate Bill 481. And again, we didn't have a recommendation. I think we want to go through on that one. And Resolution 22, which is titled Censor Senators Langford and Mullen. Those proposed, I recommend.
All right, we're going to look at each one and vote on it individually. Again, these are the resolutions not recommended by the resolutions, or no recommendation from the resolution or from the platform and resolutions committee. All right, the first resolution is the resolution for promoting clean books and for our children. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to in favor of the resolution or opposed to. All right, seeing there's no motion, we'll move on to the next. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. And just state your name one more time, please.
Okay. Name is Wendi and I'm very concerned about wording of things and unintended consequences, because we know how that could be a problem. I'm very much against the inappropriate books in the schools, but I don't think we should be targeting any one business or promoting any one business. I would move that we change the language instead of saying we urge Oklahoma to eliminate Scholastic and we urge Oklahoma to promote Skytree books. I say we urge that we oppose pornographic material or inappropriate material in the schools, and we support having clean, family-friendly books in the schools, something like that. But when you target one company, those schools will wind up having other companies coming in Or what if happens if Skytree decides to bring in something inappropriate? Our founding fathers were definitely about freedom, and this really what concerns me. Okay.
Okay, so motion's been made to amend this. Sorry, I was had the wrong thing up. What's that? You have it? Yeah, Madam Secretary, can you restate the motion, please?
It's to change the wording, urge Oklahoma, oppose pornographic material, support having clean, family-friendly books.
And strike business names.
And strike business names.
Is that part of your official motion to strike business names?
All right, is there any so it's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion before we go into vote?
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, do we really have a motion has anybody made a motion to accept this before the amendment?
The motion that we're working on is to amend this resolution, and then we will, once we're done with any amendments, we will go into vote to adopt the resolution as amended.
Okay.
Okay. All right, seeing there's no discussion, we'll go to vote. So the motion is to, I don't have it in front of me.
I can reread it.
Okay.
The
Reread it one more time, please.
The motion is to change the language to urge Oklahoma, oppose pornographic material, support having clean, family-friendly books, and strike business names.
Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion to amend as just read, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. All right, the ayes have it. The motion to amend is carried. We will now move on to vote on the actual resolution itself as amended. Is there any further debate on the resolution for promoting clean books for our children? Okay. Seeing there's no, there's been no motion to accept as or no motion to.
I move to accept as amended.
My second, John Hesley, precinct 32.
All right. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing there's no discussion, there's been a motion to adopt the resolution as amended. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Next resolution. So just so everyone's aware of the time, it's 11:45. Try to get us through this as quickly as possible. Next resolution is resolution number 4, resolution for freedom of religious expression. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I make a motion to adopt the resolution as stated.
Is there a second to adopt the resolution as stated? A second to the motion.
Second. Who seconded? Thank you.
All right, it's been motion seconded that we adopt the resolution. Number 4, resolution for freedom of religious expression. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Moving on to resolution number 6, resolution for eliminate grocery tax and income tax. Is there a motion to?
I move to adopt the resolution number 6.
Name?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt this resolution number 6, resolution to eliminate grocery tax and income tax. Is there any discussion before we move to a vote? Seeing there's no discussion, we will move to the vote. All in favor of adopting this resolution number 6, resolution to eliminate grocery tax and income tax, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Moving on to resolution number 14. This resolution is opposing awarding driver's license to illegals, SB 1409. and any other law to change the current structure of awarding non-citizen driver's licenses. Do I have a motion to?
Mr. Chairman, Eddie Collins, Precinct 51 Chair, I make a motion that we adopt this resolution as submitted.
Second.
A second?
Excuse me.
You have a point of order?
Point of order. The title does not agree with the language. It says illegals, but is what this is trying to keep from. And the language says that we oppose non-citizens having driver's license. Back to good old Lisa, who supported her husband, Tom, for 50 years in the Air Force. Well, 20 years in the Air Force. Been married over 50. But she has a driver's license. She would be a non-citizen. Married to an American. She's not a citizen.
So let's avoid going into debate. I would say if you want to make a motion to amend.
I would amend it to illegals.
Okay.
That way, to illegals, immigrants, or illegals.
And so your motion is to amend, is it just the title, or is there anything in the body?
The title says it's for illegals, but the statement is, the resolution says for non-citizens.
I would accept that amendment to the resolution.
Okay. So it's been seconded by Eddie Collins? Okay, so the motion is to, I'm not sure which language specifically you're wanting to strike, so Lauren, you want? Non-citizens, okay, there at the very end. Okay, so the last sentence there.
And at the top.
And at the top. In the statement.
Bold.
No, the top is fine. You just have to make the resolution agree with the title.
If I understand the amendment, it would just add illegal in front of non-citizens. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the amendment is to strike non-citizens. Her point being
No,
that.
illegal, add illegal.
Add illegals.
You want to add illegals.
Illegal
So
non-citizens.
I misunderstood you then. All right, I would ask too that if you want to speak, that you raise your hand and that you're recognized. We're having too much noise, too many people speaking out of line, so please make sure that you're recognized, that you raise your hand and you're recognized. It's been difficult for the secretary to hear what's going on. All right. Okay, so the motion is to amend this resolution number 14. Now, I think I misunderstood you. So you said you want to keep non-citizens in there, but add illegal aliens?
Illegals. We do not want illegals to have driver's licenses. We don't mind non-citizens who are here legally.
So can I get a clarification on your motion? Please restate it so I have it perfect in the minutes.
Maybe we should take out non-citizens and replace it with for illegal
Strike
immigrants.
non-citizens, replace with illegals. So it would read, resolve that the WCGOP unanimously opposes any efforts to change the current statutes in place concerning driver's licenses for illegals.
Illegal immigrants.
Illegal.
Or aliens, whichever way you want
It's
to.
your motion, so which one do you want?
Immigrants.
Immigrants. I have it in the minutes then.
Illegal immigrants.
Illegal immigrants. I have it properly stated.
Yes. Members recognized?
My name is Precinct 22. You cannot change non-citizens in a title. That has to stay the same, but you can mess with the bottom.
Is that correct? All right. Do we have a? All right, so the only change, the amendment is just to change that last sentence where it says resolved by replacing non-citizens to illegal immigrants. Did we have a second?
Eddie Collins will second.
Eddie Collins? Correct.
Mr. Chairman,
I would come to
second. Yes, sir.
Tim Sherry, Precinct 54 Chair. This resolution was already passed in 5 precincts with the understanding that what we're proposing as a resolution here is no change to any law that grants driver's license to any non-citizen. So whereas in the beginning, you're talking about opposing awarding driver's licenses to illegals. That's on the books, we oppose that. Also, the way that we grant driver's licenses to people like ambassadors and visiting delegates, students that come to colleges in the United States is already in place by statute, and we oppose any change to that. So any amendment to this resolution is stated, in the opinion of myself and some others who have already passed it, would be dilatory.
Okay, so it sounds like we're entering into debate at this point. So you are, is there anyone else that would like to debate the amendment? Yes, sir. Are you in favor or against? And Tim, you're against the amendment?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Tom Sardo.
Wait, sorry.
I'm in favor of the amendment. What about adding undocumented? Because some of the non-citizens they speak of are documented, you know, with visas, work visas, things like that.
So that's something that you would need to take up, or the lady who introduced the resolution or the amendment, if she's willing to accept that change, then we could do that. But otherwise, we'll be voting on the proposed language change. Undocumented. Okay. So it would be undocumented immigrants? Is that what you want it to be? Undocumented immigrants? And you're good with that?
I'm fine with that, but the title of it says, resolution opposing awarding driver's licenses to illegals. And so that's why I said the resolution doesn't agree with that. It's going with all non-citizens.
Okay. So the amendment now has been changed to read, resolve that we, the WCGOP, unanimously oppose the efforts to change the current statutes in place concerning driver's licenses for undocumented immigrants. Okay. No further debate? Oh, there is. Okay. We have
Mr. Chairman, Tom Stearman, Precinct 78. To echo Mr. Sherrick's remarks, this resolution is to oppose any efforts to change the current statutes. As he mentioned, to alter this language would then be to negate the entire resolution, because the resolution is to oppose any efforts to change the current statutes. So the language has to reflect the current statutes.
Okay. Correct.
If we amend the language here, then we're changing the entire resolution.
So you are opposed to, is there anyone in favor of keeping the amended language? Okay, are you all speaking opposed to the amendment? Or in opposition to the amendment?
Opposition.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Name
Charlotte Hensley, Precinct 32. My problem with amending it is that I don't think any non-citizen should get a driver's license, because that leads to, if you have a driver's license, you can vote, and I don't agree with that. So that's what I want to say.
Okay. You're speaking in opposition to the amended language?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I am opposed to illegal non-citizens acquiring a driver's license. There may be non-citizens that need some sort of ability to transport themselves if they're legal. But illegal non-citizens are the ones I oppose.
Okay.
Mike Stottlemyre.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, my apologies.
No, you're good, sir.
John Hensley, Vice Chair, Precinct 32. The issue of driver's license in general for illegals, non-citizens, citizens, all involve also the application of the driver's license to justification for voter registration. The Democrats, I think, are happy to have all these illegal immigrants here because they can give them, they think, they can give them the voter, the right to vote, and thereby cement their victories in the political process. I think that we need to, besides changing the language here, and I am for this amendment, but we need to also somehow get the legislature to require that driver's licenses include a citizenship flag, which would then allow that person to register to vote. And if that driver's license doesn't have a citizenship flag, it cannot be used for registration to vote. So that's my total on the issue, but there's much more to it than just this simple amendment. Thank you.
Mike Stottlemyre, Precinct 13 Chair. I strongly oppose the words undocumented. Undocumented is nothing but the Democrats' approval of illegal aliens. I strongly oppose undocumented.
We have someone else to debate.
So I'm speaking as an immigrant. I was in this country for 13 years before I qualified to become a citizen. And 8 years into a marriage, this lady here, that I could qualify to become a citizen. So there's a lot of misunderstanding in reference to this particular item. So we need to be careful in how it is being addressed because we don't want to impact people such as me or alienate people like me with incorrect statements.
All right, thank you. Okay, that ends debate.
Let him say it again.
Yeah, please don't be yelling from the part. But okay, so he was saying he is an immigrant, a legal immigrant, and his concern. You want to restate your? I don't want to speak for you. Do you want to restate it? Just hold the mic up closely, please.
Close your mouth. Okay, so Malik of Human, Precinct 22. Closer? Yeah. So, I'm one of the immigrants in this room. It took me 13 years before I was able to qualify to become a citizen. 8 years in our marriage before I did lawyer here, before I could become a citizen. So as we are discussing this particular item, there's a lot of confusion on what it takes to get a driver's license. And we should be careful how we address this particular item because we could alienate people that are such as me came to this country to make this country a new country. So all I'm saying is that as we address this particular item, we don't alienate people such as me. People that came in to the right channels.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Actually, would the author of this resolution like to speak on it at all? I don't want the authors.
I propose the resolution and I have spoken. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the amendment. So you want to stick with the original or with your amendment to add undocumented immigrants?
It was an excellent point about undocumented. I forgot about that. Thank you. Let's keep it with illegal citizens or illegal immigrants. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And that would be in line with the title as well.
All right. So debate is closed, The motion is to amend this resolution number 14 to add at the very last paragraph, replacing non-citizens with illegal immigrants. All in favor of this amendment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
No sound louder to me. Okay, so the amendment fails. We'll move back to the original motion. Okay. All right, division. Okay, we'll have a standing vote. So, all in favor of the amendment to replace non-citizens in the last paragraph with illegal immigrants, please stand. Okay, this is in favor of the amendment to replace the wording non-citizen with illegal immigrant. Thank you. Right now I'm leaving you back. Okay, maybe seated. Any opposed to this amendment? Please stand. The noes have it. And the motion is to amend is lost. All right, we will move to vote on the original resolution. Is there any further debate?
I don't believe this is debate, but I want to highlight what Tom Stearman said. When he said it, I understood it. When Tim said it, I finally understood it. This is, we have no efforts to change the current status, what's it say there, current statutes in place concerning driver's licenses for non-citizens. So we're saying that we don't want to change anything regarding, right, that are currently in place. What we're opposed to is any changes to those laws. So I move that we vote to accept this.
All right, I think it's already been moved and seconded that we, Lauren, can you confirm that it's been moved and seconded to adopt this resolution?
Yes.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded to adopt this resolution number 14. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The motion is carried. Moving on to resolution number 16. Resolution calling for an adult. I'm sorry. Resolution calling for an audit of the Oklahoma Election Board for an adult. And resolution calling for an audit of the Oklahoma Election Board. Is there a motion to accept this or adopt this resolution?
I motion that we accept this resolution.
Second.
Can you, again, just because so Lauren doesn't have to look up, if you can just give your name?
This is Shelley Griffith, Precinct 32 Chair, and I move to accept this resolution as stated.
Thank you.
George Worley, Vice Chair, Precinct 11, I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt this resolution number 16. Is there any debate? Okay, seeing there's no debate, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of adopting this resolution number 16, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is passed or adopted. Moving on to resolution number 19. Resolution calling for the repeal of SB 481, regular session 2023, authored by Radar. Raider? Okay. Authored by Raider. Thank you. All right. Do we have a motion to adopt this resolution number 19? Saying there's no motion, we will move on to the next one. Did you have your hand up? Sorry.
Yes, I would like to move to adopt this.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt this resolution number 19. Is there any debate on it? Saying there's no debate, we'll move to the vote. I'm all in favor of adopting resolution number 19. State aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No. Can we read that?
Yeah, that's pretty close, so I'm not sure if that passed or not. You want to read?
Calls for the immediate repeal of SB 481, which unlawfully shields our election officials from scrutiny of the citizens when conducting questions regarding our election processes, and unfairly places mandatory monetary fines and jail penalties on citizens convicted when other laws against conduct of officials do not, i.e. SB 650H, which prohibits the masking of children in schools, immediately violated by officials with no legal ramifications who have yet escaped consequences for their deliberate defiance of law meant to protect children from medical harm, and believe that this law potentially violates federal laws addressing the depriving of citizens of their rights under the color of law using official position to do so. 42 U.S. 1983, an egregious offense of inherent rights of we the people. We need this.
All right, let's redo the vote since it was a close call. So we'll do a standing vote. All in favor of adopting this proposed resolution number 19, please stand. All right, yeah. Any opposed? Go ahead and be seated. Any opposed? Please stand. All right, seems pretty clear. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. All right, last one on the resolutions with no recommendation. We have resolution number 22, resolution to censure Senator Langford and Mullen, or Senators Langford and Mullen. Do we have a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to pass this resolution as Senator James Langford and Senator Wayne Mullen have recently.
Just state your motion, please.
I motion that we accept this resolution.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay.
John Isley, precinct 32.
All right, it's been motioned. There's been a motion. It's been seconded that we adopt this resolution number 22. Is there any discussion? Okay, we have. Let's go into. Are you wanting to debate? Okay, we're going to go to debate. We've got 6 minutes. We'll start with those in favor. All right. Are you speaking? If anyone is in favor of the resolution, please come up here. If you're opposed, please come up here. All right, let's get started. I'm going to start the timer at 6 minutes. We'll start with the in favor of the resolution.
Josh Locke, Chairman, Precinct 27. I authored this censorship resolution. This resolution is demonstrated as necessary by their most recent votes, which finally they voted no to stop sending our money overseas to Ukraine. But their previous votes did not do this. So let their most recent vote, and the fact that they changed, and they finally have changed, and the only reason they're changing it is because they understand that the political winds have changed, because you guys pay attention and you call them. That's the only reason they changed. But they still need to be censured for the fact that they were willing to send our money to these foreign wars previously, and make sure that they keep voting no every time these come up.
Okay. Those speaking in opposition to the resolution?
John McCarthy, 7-7. Team, I stand with you on almost everything we've done today, but I can't tell you, I beseech you not to vote for this resolution. It's the only thing that will come from this convention to the press, is that we have censured our United States senators. We need to stand together. We need to raise money. We need to win campaigns and win nationally, state, and locally. We can't be throwing rocks at each other.
Well said.
Those in favor?
So the problem with not censuring people who are not following the will of the people is that they continue to not follow the will of the people. I think a perfect example is made by what just occurred with the state committee in censuring Langford. It reversed his decision. We would be absolutely incorrect for the future generations to not censure these two men. They have been writing bills, passing bills that affect, right now, every child born owes $100,000. How dare they?
Bill Wilson, Precinct 8. I agree with John Card. And with respect to these two gentlemen, I noticed that Senator Mullen, got into an altercation or almost an altercation on the House floor. I think that's deplorable. I don't know why we're saying militarism against Senator Langford other than how he's voting on certain bills. I believe, again, Mr. Kari is right. We throw rocks at each other, it's going to come back to hurt us.
That's true.
If we need more people in the Republican Party to get Biden out of office, what are we doing to attract people?
That's right.
What we're doing is repelling people.
Speaking in favor of the resolution?
My name is Greg Mathers, and I'm in precinct 13. Does anybody remember Langford voting or even commenting about President Trump when not President Trump, the vote? How many people believe the vote was fair and honest in 2020? Do you believe the vote was fair and honest?
It was not fraudulent. 61 court cases that said it was not fraudulent.
Hold on. So the comments need to address the chairman.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. My point is that Senator Langford did not stand up and do the right thing and call for a vote to check into the election results. And I think most of us know that the election results were rigged.
Is there anyone else to speak against the resolution?
Tom Stearman, Precinct 78, speaking in favor of resolution number 22. It is the proper role of the people and the proper role of the Republican Party to address our elected representatives as our servants, to tell our servants when they are serving us correctly and when they are serving us incorrectly. A resolution to censure merely advises our representatives that they are not representing us accurately.
We have 38 seconds.
Mine won't take long. Darrell Worley, Vice Chair, Precinct 11. I got involved this cycle because I wanted to have an R after your name to mean something, and that's why I am supporting censure.
22 seconds.
I lived, Manico Cuman, Precinct 22. I lived and I survived one of these wars. We should not be sending our money to support wars in other countries.
Okay, debate is closed. We will go on to vote. All in favor of the motion to
pass or adopt this proposed resolution number 22 to censure Senators Langford and Mullen, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, we're going to have to do a standing vote on that. All right, all in favor of this resolution 22, please stand. Could I get someone to help count, please? If it's not. Thank you.
John.
Up here, John. I just have to know, I'm so sorry. Did you count?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so I have 30. Okay, so that is 65.
All right, we have 65 yeses. All opposed to this resolution number 22, please stand. Okay, 65 to 25, the ayes have it, and the motion is carried. John, is that all of the? Okay. All right, then. All right, so then we're going to move on to rules changes, and rules changes require individual vote. This will be really the last item of business for us. So, yes.
That was 7A. Class 7, precinct 78.
You know what? Which is the first one? I think 10A is the first.
Yeah.
But let's go in order, and then whenever we come up next to 7A, if you would make your motion, please. All right. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's get you a mic real quick. So
Mr. Chairman, Chelsea White, Precinct 11 Chair, I move to adopt, let me get my wording right, don't yell yet. I move to adopt a rule change. May I begin reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas my Republican members of the Oklahoma legislature, Republican officials who are elected statewide, and all Republican members of the U.S. Congress from Oklahoma should not receive an officio office on the state committee by virtue of their elected position. Whereas incompatibility can arise when two positions, although separate in district, are irrelated in such a way that the duties of multiple offices should give rise to inconsistent loyalties and undue influences. Thank you. Whereas any Republican candidate should read and mark up and uphold the Oklahoma State Republican Party platform, and therefore it would be a conflict of interest for Republican members of the Oklahoma legislature, Republican statewide elected officials, and Oklahoma U.S. Congress members to be in a position that will hold Republican elected officials accountable to the platform. Whereas it is not an uncommon practice for the state's Republican Party rules to disallow Republican elected officials from holding a position on state party committees. Whereas this resolution is not forbidding Republican members of the Oklahoma legislature, Republican statewide elected officials, and Republican U.S. Congress members from holding offices in the OKGOP. but it is simply removing them from the ex officio position as members of the state committee. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the OKGOP strike from OKGOP Rule 10A reads, the Republican members of the Oklahoma legislature, all Republican officials who are elected statewide, all Republican members of the U.S. Congress from Oklahoma.
That makes no sense.
So you made a motion to adopt this resolution, or this rule change number 10?
Correct.
Okay, and it's been seconded? Okay, we'll move into, let's move into debate. I'll set the timer. If you are in favor of the resolution, we'll just do what we did. We'll have you stand over here. If you're opposed, please stand on this side.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a question of the author?
Yes.
We've had this rule forever. What states, other states have adopted this? What others, I mean, we, as Oklahoma Republicans, we've had this rule forever. I guess, one, why do we want to change it in two? What other states have adopted this?
Point of order,
Just a question.
the question should be addressed to the chairman.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so your question is, what other states have adopted it?
That's my
So,
primary question, yes.
would you like to address the question? Okay. Let's just we'll move into debate. Okay, we've got 6 minutes. We'll start with those in favor. Okay, go.
Yes, I speak in favor of the Josh Locke, Precinct 27. I speak in favor of this for the sole purpose. These committees need to exist to hold these elected representatives accountable. By existing, these committees, if you read the rules, earlier when our vice chairman was speaking about how these committees have responsibility to remove people, to hold them accountable, that's their job. We can't have a conflict of interest there if the people who need to be held accountable exist on the very committees that are supposed to be holding them accountable.
Grace Farmer, this is not a conflict of interest. I served on the state committee for 22 years. We elect these people to represent us, and they should be able to represent us at the state committee. If you don't want them to represent you, don't vote for them. But they have a voice, and they should continue to have a voice.
All right, in favor of?
Tom Stearman, Precinct 78, speaking in favor of this rule change. No, our elected representatives do not represent us at the state committee. They represent us in the offices that they hold. It is a fundamental conflict of interest in that the party is the director of represents the will of people to direct our representatives, our employees, to properly look after our interests in their offices. In other words, it's a conflict of interest to have those who should be holding elected officials accountable also be those elected officials.
Opposed?
John Carey, 7-7. Sometimes change for the sake of change isn't always good. I'm not sure we're educated well enough. Why is it that most states have this rule already and have not changed this? I got the point. It may be a problem, but it hasn't been a problem for decades. Both of us have served on the state committee and never had a problem. And frankly, your elected officials rarely even attend, tragically. But certainly we don't need to shun them with this particular rule change. I would say let's encourage them, even though I got to tell you, they don't attend well, but why shun them?
Right.
Again, we're throwing rocks at our leadership.
In favor of?
Yeah, so I'd like to speak about the OKGOP rules real quickly.
Let's just make sure we're addressing the chairman one way.
Oh, sure. So Rule 20 talks about how to make a rule change at the state committee. That requires a majority of the entire existing body. We have 150 legislators that sit on the state committee. The problem is less than 5 of them show up to a meeting. That makes it almost impossible to do some of the duties that the state committee is given to do. And so I also support this from a principled standpoint that we shouldn't have the fox guarding the hen house, that these people are elected and it's our job to hold them accountable. We pay their salaries, we elect them, and this is one of the ways we direct them on how we want them to govern as Republicans. But I wanted to bring up the practical side of the rules as well.
I just want to say I agree with what John McCarthy said. We're shooting ourselves in the foot, people.
Point of order, you can only speak once. Sorry.
I'm in support of this resolution merely because it's an accountability issue. When you allow your representatives, once they get in office, to have control over the party as well, you lose your ability to hold them accountable. If they all show up or don't show up, it affects quorum. And there's a required quorum of members, so having them as members when they don't show up is not good. It's time to remove them from a vote at the state committee so we can hold our elected officials accountable.
I would like to speak in favor of this rule change as well. Wendi Stearman, I'm so sorry, precinct 78. The gentleman in the body mentioned that other states do not observe this. Actually, it is about 75% of the states across the country do not allow legislators to have ex officio positions on the committee for obvious reasons. Texas being one of them, our nearest neighbor. So I just wanted to point out that inaccuracy, and I do support this change. Thank you.
Point of information, John Hisley, precinct 32, Vice Chairman, precinct 32, John Hisley, is an ex officio member of a body, a voting member of that body. Are the legislators actually members of the state committee, or are they visiting ex officio?
No, the legislators are a member of the state committee body, and they are voting members as well.
So they're not ex officio, they are actually members of the committee.
Yes, yes, they're members.
Okay, thank you.
All right, debate is closed. We'll move on to vote. So a motion's been made to adopt this rule change, OKGOP, or to OKGOP rule number 10A. All in favor of adopting this change, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
We're on 7. The ayes have it. The motion's carried. Moving on to rule change to OKGOP rule number 7A. Would the author like to read or make a motion to adopt?
Chairman, I make a motion to adopt OKGOP Rule 7A, part of Stearman, Precinct 78. I move to strike, quote, and one state representative, one state senator elected in the county, one legislator selected by the county chairman, and if more than one legislator, one selected by the county vice chairman. If such selected legislators district includes more than one county, the county of the residents shall be one in which they may serve on the committee, end quote, from OKGOP Rule 7A.
Is there a second?
Second.
State your name. Okay, there's been a motion to adopt this rule change to 7A. It's been seconded. Is there any debate on this motion? All right. Seeing that there's no debate, all in favor of adopting this rule change, OKGOP, or to OKGOP rule number 7A, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the motion's carried. Moving on to rule change, OKGOP rule 19B, submitted by precincts 32, 52, and 55. Would the author like to read it or make a motion? to adopt it?
Chairman, I have three. So the summary of this proposal is that we change the definition of a quorum. Oh, sorry, Don Baldwin, Precinct 55, Vice Chair. The proposal is to change the definition of a quorum of committees, delegations, and conventions. A quorum of the state committee shall be a minimum of 100 members, striking someone who's got delegates present in person. Majority of the roll of delegates at any duly convened Republican convention shall constitute a quorum. Majority of the members of any committee or delegation shall constitute a quorum. Majority of those registered Republicans who sign in at the biennial general precinct meeting shall constitute a quorum. Once a quorum is established, a quorum shall be deemed to be present until fewer than 2/3 of credentialed number remain. Any proper legal action may be taken by such a committee, delegation, or convention by a majority of the members voting, except when otherwise specifically provided in these rules or by law. And I've got text if you want to bring it up.
Is it the same text that's there? Okay. So, did you make a motion to adopt? Okay. So the motion's been made, it's been seconded. Please state your name.
It's the first thing that makes sense.
Okay. John. So it's been motioned and seconded that we adopt this rule change to 19B. Is there any debate or discussion? Are you wanting to debate the motion?
In the third line, it uses, in the second line, we change delegate to members. In the third line, we repeat the word delegate again. I'm trying to understand why delegate is the right word there if it wasn't the right word in the second line.
Would the author of the amendment like to address that? Yes, sir.
I'm not the author.
Okay. Are you making a point of information?
Yeah, make a point of information about this. The third line refers to Republican convention, convened Republican convention. The convention is not a standing committee or organization. It's a meeting for a specific purpose, as ours is here today. The attendees of that are, in fact, delegates, whereas the committee members, the county committee is made up of members who are, once they're elected to that position, they last for the term of office. But although we're delegates elected by the county committee to come here, elected by our precincts to come here today, and we are on a permanent roll, we don't have a normal regular meeting or anything like that. So the difference between those two, I think, is well said and proper. I may be wrong for that, but I don't think so. I think that there's a distinct difference between members of a committee and delegates to a convention.
So I feel like we're getting into debate at this point, but if there are no amendments to this rule change, then we will move on to a vote to accept and adopt this rule change. All right, we'll move on to the vote. All in favor? It's been moved and seconded that we adopt this rule change to 19B. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Moving on to rule change to OKGOP Rule 19E, submitted by precincts 32, 75, and 55. Would the author like to read the motion or the rule change?
Sandy Cross, Precinct 55, and I move that we adopt the rule change to Rule 19, which basically addresses the minutes, and I'll read it for you. Minutes of all official actions. Written minutes shall be kept by all county congressional district and state committee meetings, chartered organizations and conventions of final official actions taken by them, a copy of which shall be filed with the county chairman as to all county meetings. That would be striking matters and putting the word meetings, and with the congressional district chairman as to all congressional district meetings instead of matters, and with the state chairman as to all state meetings instead of matters. Said minutes shall be available for review by any registered Republican voter of that political unit upon request to the county, congressional district, or state chairman within 10 days of the request. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of this rule change 19E.
I second.
All right.
Precinct 32.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt this change to OKGOP Rule 19E. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing there's no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of this rule change to OKGOP Rule 19E, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Now we're getting through them. Get close. Okay, Rule 19, rule change to OKGOP Rule 6B3. Submitted by precincts 11, 22, 32, and 55. Yep, you're recognized.
My name is Becca. I'm precinct 22. I motion to adopt rule change OKGOP Rule 6B3. It is the duty of the county chairman of each county to provide a list of all precinct officers to the precincts in their county to include precinct officer names, phone numbers, and email addresses with the corresponding precinct numbers within 60 days following the precinct elections. It is the duty of the county chairman to provide a copy of said list within 60 days following the precinct elections to every precinct chairman within their respective county. It is the duty of each precinct chairman or the county chairman, if the precinct chairman is vacant, to make the entire list available to any requested voter in the county upon request within 10 days of the request.
Okay, so we made a motion to adopt the resolution, correct?
Yes.
Or rule change, I'm sorry. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay.
I'd like an explanation of that.
Okay, so you want an explanation of this rule change?
Yes.
Would the author like to provide an explanation?
When it says any registered voter, does that mean anyone, Democrat, Republican, Independent?
Name?
Oh, sorry, Carolyn Hackney, 74.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, someone has something? Why don't we go into debate then? Do we have a second, right? Okay. Yeah, we'll just go into debate then. All in favor, just come over here and speak. Any opposed? Over here. All right, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, as Josh Lott, Chairman Precinct 27, I speak in favor of this for the reason that this has been a problem in our county for many years, and it's a problem across the state because as long as individuals, like again, this comes back to what Wayne was talking about earlier today, right? So if you took what Wayne had to say to heart, and you really believe that, you really believe it's important that individuals are the sovereignty here, that we keep, we hold people accountable. The only way that a lot of these committees can get together and they can actually conduct business is if they can communicate with one another. And so one of the barriers that's been erected to prevent that has been controlling these lists, controlling the contacts, preventing individuals that they're on these committees, but in a lot of cases they don't even know A, that the committee exists, and B, that the power they have to hold their representatives or their other the members of their higher level committees accountable, if that makes sense. So that's all this is to make sure that the people that exist on those committees know how to get in touch with one another and can actually organize.
Any opposed?
I don't know that I'm opposed, I still haven't had my question answered. Is it okay for anyone, any registered voter in the county to have that list, not just Republicans, no matter what party affiliation? Do we want everyone to have it available? I don't know. That's my question.
Yeah, so the way it reads, I read it as any registered voter. I don't know if the author would like to speak on it, but I would entertain a motion to amend to include any registered Republican voter in the county.
Okay, Carolyn Hackney, 74. I would like to amend that to say any registered Republican voter.
Okay. Do we have a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded that we amend this rule change to OKGOP Rule 63 by adding the word Republican, any registered Republican voter in the county. Is there any debate on this amendment to the motion or to the rule change? Okay, seeing there's no debate, we'll move to a vote.
I have a question. I have a question.
Hold on, we're in the middle of the vote, so we'll finish the vote and then you can.
Well, you can't vote if you don't know what it's saying.
We're going to go ahead and vote, and then you can ask your question afterwards. All in favor of the amendment to add the word Republican to this rule change B, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion to amend the rule change is adopted. All right, would you like to state your question now?
Yeah, I have a question. It says it's the duty of...
Oh,
excuse me? Sorry. Terry Urban, Precinct 75. It says it's the duty of each precinct chairman or the county chairman, if the precinct chairman is vacant, to make the entire list available to any registered voter in the county. That's a huge responsibility. I've never seen a list like this.
Well, it would be provided to you by your county chairman, so. Okay. Is there, I guess we're still in debate, I didn't pause it, right? But go ahead.
So, I am absolutely, sorry, my name is Lachelle Griffith, and I'm Precinct 32 Chair. And this rule change is something that I have asked for years. I think it's fantastic to be able to know who the precinct chairs are, to have that information readily available so any new person to being active in the party can find their precinct chair. That should be published information. For years I fought for this. I have asked over and over again of previous chairs, can I have a list of the precinct chairs? No. Can I have a list of the executive committee? No. I think it's high time we pass this rule change.
I'm in favor of this rule change, and I just want to thank our county, Sarah Burnett, Precinct 28. I want to thank our county chairman for putting on the homepage of our website, wcgopok.com, the list of all precinct chairs and the entire executive committee. So thank you for following me.
Seeing there's no one else, no further debate, we'll move to a motion, or we'll move to vote on the motion to approve this rule change to OKGOP Rule 63 as read. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, the motion's carried. I appreciate everyone's patience as we get through this. All right, moving on to the rule change to OKGOP Rule 2B, submitted by Precincts 32, 33, 55, and 78. Would the author like to read or make a motion to adopt this rule change? Or anyone like to make a motion to adopt it?
Sarah Burnett, Precinct 28. I move to adopt a rule change that reads, state committee meetings. It shall be the duty of the state chairman to arrange for or provide a suitable place for meetings of the state committee and state conventions, and the rule change adds the language in the Oklahoma City metro area. An adequate office space for the Republican state headquarters, subject to the direction or approval of the state committee.
Is there a
Is there a
second?
second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt this rule change to OKGOP Rule 2B. Is there any debate on the motion? Okay, members recognized. Is this a point of information, or are you wanting to go into debate?
I think as a point of information, you know, I'm new to Oklahoma. I bet you, my name is Wendi, and I know you haven't figured out that I'm new here yet. But I have been very active in the Republican Party in Missouri for the last almost 20 years now. I'm wondering why we're saying in Oklahoma City, does the state convention, is it always held in Oklahoma City? Why doesn't it move around to different cities? In Missouri, we had the state convention move around, so it was easier for people in different parts of the state to be able to attend the state convention. So that's why I wonder.
Yeah, I didn't author this resolution, but I think I can speak to it. The reason why I believe, and if the author would like to correct me, please do so. But Oklahoma City is central to our state. It's just an easier location for people from all corners of Oklahoma to go attend. And I think that is the reason why. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, so that's an accurate statement. I just wanted to mention. So from the Panhandle to Tulsa is 9 hours. From the Panhandle to Oklahoma City is about 5 or 6. And so what it does, if we put it in Oklahoma City, it allows every person to get there within a day's drive and not to take additional days off work. And it allows normal people who have jobs to be involved in our state party.
Thank you. All right. Looks like we don't have any debate on the matter, so we'll move on to a vote. It's been motioned and seconded that we adopt this rule change to OKGOP Rule 2B. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Moving on to rule change 9C. I'll just read it. Meetings, the Congressional District Committee shall meet at any time in a city centrally located in the district upon the joint call. Do we have
a motion that we pass it to Liberty Precinct? Second.
Is there a second?
Any call? 51?
All right, is there any discussion on this matter? Okay, seeing there's no discussion, we'll move to a vote. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt this rule change, OKGOP Rule 9C. All in favor of the motion, state aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, the motion's carried. Next rule change is to OKGOP Rule 19B, submitted by precincts 29, 32, 51, and 55.
I motion that we pass the rule change 19B. Concerning alternates to state committee meetings, 2 alternates shall be elected by the regular biennial county convention. Alternates may attend any state committee meeting as an alternate during their term. 1 alternate may stand in for anyone, but only one, of the following elected positions and no others: chairman, vice chairman, and either of the 2 state committee members. If any of the aforementioned cannot attend the meeting in person and they have requested for an alternate to attend on their behalf, note the new language, a district committee member or alternate is not precluded from serving as a state committee alternate. Alternates to district committee meetings, 2 alternates shall be elected by the regular biennial county convention for each district within the county. Alternates may attend any district committee meeting as an alternate during their term. 1 alternate may stand in for anyone, but only one of the following elected positions and no others: chairman, vice chairman, or either of the 2 district committee members. If any of the aforementioned cannot attend the meeting in person and they have requested for an alternate to attend on their behalf, a state committee member or alternate is not precluded from serving as a district. Sorry, I can't see it anymore. Serving as a district committee alternate. Any alternate must be a registered Republican that is elected and within their county at the biennial county convention or by special election, new language, in the case of a vacancy by the process outlined in Rule 10F, and shall have the same rights and privileges as the state or district committee voting member for whom they are the alternate. I move that we adopt.
Second call. Second that.
All right, it's been moved that we adopt this, and seconded that we adopt this rule change, OKGOP Rule 19D. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing there's no discussion, we will move to a vote. All in favor of adopting this rule change to OKGOP Rule 19D as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, the motion's carried. Okay, the next one is a suggested rule change, OKGOP Rule Unknown. Would the author like to read this?
Mr. Chairman, John
Yes,
Howard from Precinct 23. I'm not the author, but he had to leave early, so I told him I'd go ahead and present these. Is that okay?
Yes, please do.
Okay. This resolution is as follows. We support in future for anyone who wants to participate at the precinct or county level can email the chairman or vice chairman their interest in attending the county convention and their intentions of attending as a delegate or alternative by submitting their email, the voter ID, and address.
Are you making a motion then?
I'm making a motion that this be adopted.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right. Okay. State your name, please. Roger Clay, Precinct 22. Okay. There's been a motion to adopt this OKGOP rule change. It's been seconded. Do you want to go in? Are you, is point of inquiry you said?
Yes.
Okay.
So, may I ask if...
So you're asking to address?
Yes.
Okay. Yes or no?
Okay.
Yeah, yes,
John, I would like to know, so we've always allowed, but we've put a time limitation on it, and I would like to amend this to include a time limitation at the discretion of the county committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of speaking for the author, but I assume that they would be okay with that. I think if I can elaborate, he told me his intent was that, you know, people have work and family obligations, so they can't make all the meetings. And then he also was concerned that he wanted to have maximum participation of all Republicans.
Right.
So, in the spirit of that, I think it would be amenable to amend this to say, is there a particular time frame you have in mind?
Not very long. So we hold a county precinct meeting and people don't show up and they've been notified ahead of time that they need to contact their precinct officials in order to attend, then if that limitation is for the precinct meeting at the discretion of the county committee, I believe that that's appropriate.
So we say maybe 30 days, would that be an appropriate amendment?
So are we, okay, let me just make sure that we're all on the same page. So, Michelle, are you making a motion to amend this as written?
To amend and include a time limitation established by the county committee of 24, well, it'd be nice if it was 24 hours, but just a time as determined by the county committee for the rules of the precinct.
Do you want to, work on the wording for me, and then you two can work together if you want, or you can, and then we can skip this for now and come back to it?
Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
If you'll, hold on real quick, please. If you'll work on your amendment, then bring it back, we can move on to the next one and come back to this.
Mr. Chairman, point of order on this one, before we move on. We didn't preclude anyone from following this process this time around. we allowed them to contact their precinct chair or vice chair if they were going to be unable to attend the precinct meeting, and then the precinct members voted on approving that or not. So that's actually available now if folks chose to reach out to their precinct chair or vice chair prior to the precinct meeting.
Correct. Are you still wanting to work on your amendment or not? What's that? Okay.
Yes, I'm willing to work.
All right. Then I don't think we can finish, we can't go to the original vote because you've made a motion to amend. So we need to do the vote on the amendment first, but I need to know what you're wanting to change the language to. We will come back to debate on this matter once the amendment has been presented. Okay, so we'll move on. So John, if you'll work with Michelle to figure out the language that you want, and then you all can re-present it to me, please. Do you have a hard copy? All right, let's move on to the next rule change, please. It is suggested rule change, OKGOP rule unknown. Do you need to present this one?
Mr. Chairman, John House, 23, the same author of the last one did this one, and unfortunately I said I would also present it as well.
Okay.
So I'm not, sorry. I believe it says we support the use of the term Republican to identify the body of the whole, the membership, and the ideology presented. My understanding was this was, he was concerned that people there are different Republican clubs and conservative clubs in the county, and so he wanted to really have the term Republican identify the body as a whole. So that was his intent of this amendment. A rule change, excuse me.
Okay, so you're making a motion.
So I'm so moved, if somebody will second it.
Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Houck's motion? Okay, point of order, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, all of these rule changes that have an OKGOP rule unknown bother me. How can we even suggest a rule change when we don't know what rule we're addressing?
That's a good point. Can you all just rest of these for a minute, and then let me discuss this real quick with you, and then I'll get right back to you. We're almost done, but let's just take a 5-minute recess real quick. So if you need to use the restroom, do that, and then we'll re-adjourn at 1:05. Okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
The grandbabies were here. So, you know, that's why we moved here. That's why we moved here. Us two girls.
So much shocking.
Well, I'm not originally from Missouri either, so.
I volunteered.
Speaking for someone else.
Yeah.
As soon as someone else
Hey, I have a quick question.
Thank you for doing that.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. The secretary. Secretary Murray. No, it's the other way around. We've had several people leave, so I want to do a quick quorum roll call to make sure that we still have quorum. Can I get the counters, please?
Okay, here's one, two, three on the stage. Are you helping? Okay, great. Do you want to start on this side? Guys, we do one thing. Can everybody stand?
All right, if everyone would please stand, and then when you're counted, the counter will tell you that you see it.
1, 2, 3. That's a good point. 6. I know, I'm waiting to count everyone.
Okay.
18. Have you counted more, Kimmer?
Yes.
Okay, I have 18, plus myself, 19. So you have 23, I have 19. So that's 82. And was that everybody?
I have 30.
Okay, good. We have 72.
72. Okay. All right. Still have quorum. All right, almost done. All right. I apologize to you all. After kind of thinking about it and going over it, because I'm going to have to call these suggested rule changes where the OKGOP rule is unknown, because there is no rule that's actually being changed. I will rule that it's out of order and that we won't be able to bring these forward. Now, all right, so that was all of, I'm not missing anything, am I, Vic?
Can we make point of order?
Yes.
So,
Stand up, state your name.
Keep each other in line.
Chad McCarthy! Chad McCarthy, Precinct 72. Question. I believe that, let me flip back one page. If we flip back to the previous page, that GOP rule unknown was also an issue, and so if it's out of order for this resolution, would that also apply to the last resolution?
Yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3 that there's no actual rule change, so all 3 of those are out of order. So we finalized all the rule changes at this point.
Point of order.
Yes.
Chad McCarthy, Precinct 72. Just to clarify, I believe that we actually.
Yep.
My apologies. Chad McCarthy, Precinct 72. I believe that we had already voted on the previous resolution.
We voted to amend it.
Yeah, there was a.
Oh, we guys finished it.
Right, there was a
All
motion
right.
to amend.
I need another donut.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to other business. I don't think we have any new business submitted. Okay, all right. Well, since no new business was submitted, meeting the requirements of the convention rules, I will, well, before we adjourn, let me just say I really appreciate everyone coming, attending, and participating in the in our county convention. So I know it's a sacrifice to spend half of your Saturday here. I really appreciate everyone's involvement.
Point of order?
Yes.
Have we voted on the other rules that were accepted? I don't believe we have.
Yeah, all the rules have been addressed and voted on.
The rules that were approved by the committee. I don't remember voting on it.
So yeah, so the rules changes did not go to a committee. Only the platform and the resolutions were, yes.
Well, there was rules that they accepted that included a rule that I wrote that I never saw there.
Am I missing something?
No, that's all that we have submitted.
Yeah, that's all that we had submitted. Okay. Again, I really appreciate all of you attending. Appreciate everyone who spent time volunteering. I'm going to I'll accept at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. However,
Mr. Chairman, Darrell Worley, Precinct 11, Vice Chair. I move we adjourn.
okay. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
We haven't done the other business in the agenda.
So I addressed that. There was no other business. So
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yep.
So, if anyone
All right.
here would like a sign to vote no against the city charter changes, or have questions about what issues there would be with the city charter change, I have a sign-up sheet here.
All right. I don't think I actually adjourned the meeting, so let's. We had to vote, so the ayes have it. The meeting is adjourned. You stand. And the secretary, the time is 1:14.
You're welcome. Yeah.